Shall we just wait for...
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
We're live now.
I'm just admitting everybody. And if you want to say where you're coming from in the chat.
Yeah, I can see some people are joining, so I will just give time for you to settle in. You could just be nice and tell us where you're joining in from as you settle in. Would like the chat section to be as engaging as possible. So please feel free to make friends, say hi to someone. It's a new month. I mean, in some parts of the world, so it's exciting. While we wait, just give a couple of minutes, I think, for everyone to settle in, and then we can begin. I think in 4, Dr. Julia, what do you think? Give people 4 minutes, so we begin.
Yeah, we've got time. Yeah, we're
okay. Okay. It's an interesting day. Hello, Daisy, Jonathan, Carol, Adebayehu, is that Jean or Jean? I'm not sure. And Jennifer. Thank you for joining in. Just let me see that you're with us in the comment section. You know, use your favorite emojis if that works. If you're not a conversational person and you just like the emojis, I'll take anyone. I'll take all.
Hi, Thilanka.
Wait. I think I'm an emoji person, so I'll just use my best emoji.
Hi, Julia. Hi, everyone.
Hi, okay, I had someone say hi, everyone.
That was Thilanka.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for joining. She's one of the panelists.
I'm just going to take notes and sort of scribe the whole event.
That's great, Thilanka. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to be drawing pictures.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think I got a message from Daisy saying that the chat is disabled. So I guess that's why they're not able to put in questions or say hi or use their favorite emojis. So if there's anyone at the back end hearing me, please open up the chat section so that we can have an engaging event today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daisy, for letting us know. So I am sure someone is fixing that in a bit.
Yeah, we've been blessed with technical difficulties, which you know has happened at a conference. And we'll get onto that as soon as.
Okay, we have about a minute rather, before we begin. I'm not sure how to confirm that they can even hear us if they can't comment in the chat section. I need to be sure that we're...
It looks like the question and answers. That's what Daisy did it through, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we can answer. She was able to do that privately.
Ah, yes. Carol just said, yes, we can hear you. Thanks, Carol.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome again, everyone, to, I think this is the second edition of the Special Education Needs and Inclusion Conference, SENICON. The theme for this conference is building stronger foundations for the early childhood education of neurodivergent children in Africa. I know it seems like it's a mouthful, but this is a very important conversation that I think we're not even having enough of. And I was very excited to see particularly this theme because I know how important this topic is for Nigeria Nigeria and then Africa as a continent. So I'm happy that we're having this conversation. Something about Zoom that makes you feel like you're not being heard, and you make it psychological. It's a thing, Dr. You have. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so while we wait for our convener, Basirat Razak Shoaib, who's the founder of the Winford Center for Children and Women Nigeria, and actually the team that put together this conference. I think I'd like to introduce Dr. Julia Hayes. I'm sure you've been wondering, is amiable, she's smiling. I think we'd like to know her. And so Dr. Julia, just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be doing for us in this conference.
So yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ugonna. My name is Julia Hayes, and in the same way that Basirat is leading this session today, I've been working with her around the theme of inclusive education. So she's currently studying her PhD at the University of Cambridge, and I recently finished mine, also looking at inclusive education. And one of the things I do, as well as looking at inclusive education, through working with children with disabilities, I've developed the skills of using illustrations to help children communicate what they want to say and to communicate their ideas for the future. And through that, I then learned to illustrate conferences. And so during the conference today, I'm going to be listening to the main ideas, listening to the presentations, and I'll be illustrating on this piece of paper here behind me throughout the day, the main points and the main summary of the themes that come up during the presentations. And I use this as a way to help communicate the themes, and it will mean that you will all have a copy afterwards that you will be able to show people. And what people say is, as you will know if you work with children with disabilities, is that having a visual image of what was learned often is a more accessible way, and another way for everybody, including adults, to help remember what was said, and also captures the tone of the event as well. And so we're doing that online today, but often we'll do that live. So I've been to lots of events all around the world where I will be live drawing pictures. And so I'm going to be doing that for you all today. And we'll see at the end of the day what I've done. I'll take a picture of that and you'll each be able to have a copy. So welcome everybody. And we want to thank you so much for coming today. Basirat, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I can see in the chat section that she's ready.
Yeah.
So,
yes, good morning everyone. Oh, hello everyone. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Perfectly.
Great.
Good to go.
So thank you for joining. If you cannot see my video, that is unfortunately the reality of where I am staying at the moment. I cannot help that much, but I hope you can hear me clearly. So welcome again to 2022 Special Education Needs and Inclusion Conference, SENICON. The first time we held this conference was in 2020, and the aim at that time was to create a platform where different stakeholders can meet and talk about improving education for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. And the objective hasn't changed. This is the second time we're holding this conference. The objective hasn't changed. A lot of the problems that we see, you know, in terms of educating children who have neurodevelopmental disorders and children who have disabilities in general in Africa, a lot of those problems begin during the early years. And so this year we are focusing on early years to find out, you know, how we can build stronger foundations in Africa. again, this is in recognition of the fact that the contextual realities for us is different. And so we are not waiting for anyone to bring solutions to us. We have the human resources here, and I want us to be able to leverage those resources that we have. So again, we're meeting this year. SENICON is serving as a platform to bridge the gap between the big educational conversations that happen. We've seen a number of them happen this year, to bridge that gap between those educational conversations, which are important, and the lived realities of people. Because constantly we see that there seems to be a disconnect between like the global, the bigger agendas, and how that translates to people's lived realities. And so it is not that we come here claiming to have all of the solutions. No, we don't. But we have the capacity to push our thinking forward, as well as look at some of the practices that people living in Africa are currently using. We don't want to focus on the negative. So we don't want to focus on the deficit discourse to say, we don't have this, we don't have that. We want to look at what are the things that we have, what are the things that we can do differently, what are the things that we are currently doing, and that we can improve upon, that we can build on, so that the policymakers here, the researchers here, we have something to go back with, something to keep us moving, something to keep ourselves accountable to. So that is the essence of this conference. Again, thank you so much for joining. And I apologize for any technical issues that we're going to experience today. These things happen. And well, we'll do the best with what we can in the spirit of what we are preaching during this conference. We'll do the best with what we can. So again, thank you very much for joining, and I wish us a happy deliberation over the next 2 days, 1 day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Basirat, for that beautiful introduction. I think it kind of set the tone for what to expect, and the tone for the conversations, and how I'm looking forward to hearing really some of the, like you said, some of the, like I like to say, the current realities of this problem and what we're using now, as opposed to, oh, we hope for this to come. We're waiting for when this happens. What are we using now? What do we have that we can use now? And how do we build from there? So thank you so much for that introduction. Christine, Mike, Naji is supposed to come up. Is she ready? Or Dr. Julia, do you want to give us some takeaways from that introduction while we wait for the next presentation by Christine?
Yeah, so we're very fortunate to have a number of speakers today who are really looking at the African context, and also thinking about what are the ways in which we might work together that bring solutions within the context that makes it so relevant then for the ways in which people are working, the places in which people are working. Because so often the narrative is around kind of deficit accounts of what's happening. And it doesn't really look at the strengths, just like Basirat was saying. And so we have a number of presentations today which will be looking at what are those challenges, but also then what are some of the contextual realities and the solutions that we can look for. And so we have a number of speakers today. We're going to have 3 keynote speakers. And because of the blessings of technical issues, we've had to change the order slightly. So we'd like to welcome Professor Elizabeth Walton, who's from the University of Nottingham, and that's based in the UK. And she's going to be, well, she will explain who she is and also what she's going to be looking at. And we want to thank her very much for participating today. We look forward to hearing from you, Professor Walton.
Hi, well, good morning, everybody, from a rather grey and chilly Nottingham. I live in the UK, but I'm born and bred South African. And it's great to see some folk who I know from South Africa in the participant list. So that's really, really great. So I am an academic, but my background is as a teacher. I'm a high school English teacher by initial training, and I've spent some time in school management and then come to the university in the second half of my career, and got a real interest in inclusive education, really committed to seeing what we can do to ensure that we start to upend some of the exclusionary practices and pressures that are in the system, and hope I'll be able to talk about that this morning. So if the tech works, I'm going to share a screen.
Yep, that works fine.
Good.
Perfect.
All good? All right.
Yes, yes, looks great.
Okay, thanks everyone. So I would like to propose to you that the task of inclusive education in Africa has two components. There are two things that we need to do. And the first is what I'm calling recognition work, and the second I'm calling justice work. And I really believe that we need both of this kind of work to do, and I'm going to use my presentation time to talk a little bit about what I mean around this. But in this, I've been really influenced by the thinking behind the importance of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which happened in South Africa in the wake of legalized apartheid under the auspices of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And what the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, was called the TRC, was about. It wasn't perfect, it didn't get everything right, but it was this deep understanding that we can't go forward without stopping and having a good hard look at where we are and what's brought us to where we are, and looking at the things that have been done that are wrong, and really, coming to grips, recognizing the mess that we're in before moving on to what we do. And to me, justice work is what we do to fix up the mess that we've made, to fix up the problems that we've created for ourselves. And I really believe that we need both of these. We can't do one without the other. And I'm going to suggest a little bit about just some of my thinking around first of all, what it means to do some recognition work. So under recognition work, I think the first thing is to consider and really face up to the extent and impact of educational exclusion. This isn't a mere inconvenience. This is not just very unfortunate. And I know that visual isn't fantastic. You can find it in the Global Education Monitoring Report of 2020. But this is a visual of a number of countries, including some African countries, where it's showing that among the out of school population, a high percentage of those who are out of school are children with disabilities, and particularly in some countries, they constitute quite a significant number of the out of school population. The second graph is a UNICEF set of statistics, and this is particularly around adolescents. So this is secondary age children. Those with disabilities, those in the red bar, are much more likely to be out of school. And this has real implications for people's lives and livelihoods. It's not just about the economy, but it is about giving people futures and the possibility to dream and think about the kind of opportunities they might have in the future. But it's not just about children who are completely out of school. I think we also have to really take stock of the fact that there are a number of children who are in school, but they're not learning. And so this graph is a UNESCO graph, and it talks about the fact that that there are many children who are in school and are not achieving the most basic proficiency levels that could be expected for the age that they're at. So the third from my left is sub-Saharan Africa. I know that that's a really problematic term, but that's what UNESCO uses. Fourth from left is Western Asia and Northern Africa, also an interesting grouping. But the message is really clear that there are problematic numbers of primary age children, those are in the blue bar, and then significantly secondary age or adolescent children who are in school, but they are not learning. And that is also a form of exclusion that Heath Lewin perhaps would call a silent exclusion, but it's again the crisis of exclusionary practices and pressures. It's not that the world doesn't recognize this. It's not that the world has just been sitting back and thinking it's fine. We have the promise, and I've got a question mark after it as to whether it really has been the promise of inclusive education. And General Comment 4 on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Article 24, the General Comment says inclusive education is central to achieving high quality education for all learners, including those with disabilities, and for the development of inclusive, peaceful, and fair societies. And so here we have what is often presented as a great ideal. And if you know some of my work, there's a reference there, and the images of inclusive education as people happily staring at the dawn of a new age as the sun rises on inclusive education, or as people go in kind of party-like progression towards better inclusive education. We've not seen inclusive education making the kinds of inroads into exclusion that we actually would expect. It's failed to gain a foothold in many countries, and we can't escape that. We can't escape acknowledging that. And there's been a lot of reasons given for that, and I don't want to spend a lot of time in the deficit discourses, but just to pull together some of what I think we need to take a good hard look at ourselves and say, why hasn't inclusive education gained the kind of foothold that we would expect? There has been some concern over a lack of definition, but I would suggest that General Comment 4 has done quite a good job of defining inclusive education. And I would suggest that we actually need to put that complaint to rest and say that we do have definitions. Perhaps more importantly is, are we happy with that definition? Does it work? Is it sufficiently inclusive that all countries in the world can read themselves into that definition? We're still dealing with issues of discrimination, particularly around children with disabilities, but also around people with a number of identities who are marginalized in communities. And at the moment, I'm involved in a multi-country study where we've been looking at the experiences of refugee children who have disabilities. And we've got some way to go, finding instances where special schools are xenophobic and where regular schools are ableist, and so children with disabilities really struggling to access education. We know the story of the lack of human and material resources. I think that we need to perhaps stop beating that drum and start thinking about how we can get the resources we need, but also how we can work around those difficulties. One of the things people talk about a lot is policy practice gaps, the fact that there are policies in many cases, but somehow they're not working out in practice. I call it a gap in scare quotes, because I think policy and practice are perhaps more closely aligned than we might like to think, and that perhaps we need to be thinking of policy and practice as being more interrelated. there is a real concern, and it's the topic of some research I've been doing recently around the growth of global testing regimes, as well as standardized assessments that make it really difficult when schools are competing for places in league tables to square that with the demands for inclusive education. And there has been some concern that that some of the ways in which inclusive education have come to us in particularly global South contexts is that it's a model that, first of all, works from the assumption of a well-established, well-resourced, separate special education system, and presumes a whole lot of material and human resources from the global North. So I think we can accept that those hurdles or those barriers have been well and truly talked about. But I want to just talk a little bit further, and that's to consider the idea from complexity theory of path dependencies. And path dependencies are those historical patterns and practices that we've become so used to. They are self-reinforcing. Systems become really resistant to change because we are so dependent on the way things have been done. And I would go so far as to suggest that a lot of these path dependencies are actually colonial impositions, things that have been brought to us by colonial powers that we, even in post-colonial contexts, need to be thinking about. Where did this come from, and why are we continuing in these paths? One of them is the binary of normal children and deviant children. Those children who we think meet developmental norms and those who don't. Children who, on the one hand, we think belong in mainstream schools, those we think are beyond the mainstream. And we've set up this kind of binary. We might not call them deviant children, but we've got a whole list of terminology that we've reserved for a certain group of children to talk about how they are deeply and fundamentally different from so-called normal children. And this, to a large extent, has come to us through some of the colonial education systems that we've inherited. Linked to that is what I would see is a path dependency, which is a preoccupation with disability categories. And this isn't the useful information that helps us to understand children better, but a kind of way of thinking about disability that is a pressure to endlessly divide up children further and further and further around their specific disabilities. And what this ends up doing, I think, is to individualize problems and to create a sense that if we just deal with this individual child with their individual disability or problem, then we've sorted things out. When in fact we've got systemic issues that mean that children are being excluded. And the third is linked to both of these, is the path dependency that we have around separate ordinary and special education, that we've got ourselves so entrenched around the ideas of normal children versus children who are not normal with a range of different disabilities that we cannot see our way past this bifurcation of ordinary and special education. And we see these as necessarily separate. We see them as performing different functions. And I would suggest that we've got ourselves into a situation where we almost cannot imagine ourselves outside of it, because those are historical patterns. They are self-reinforcing, and it's very difficult to start thinking how we get beyond them. Because the second thing I think is linked to that is that we do need to take a good hard look at ourselves, and I include myself in this, thinking about vested interests in preserving the status quo. There are many people who have personal and professional identities and investments in keeping things the way they are. People have developed jobs, they've developed identities, who really want things to stay as they are, because if things were different, life might not be the same for them. And here I also include not just professional identities. I'm thinking of some work that a PhD student who I worked with, who did some really interesting research among parents in South Africa. And what was found there was parents have vested interests in preserving the status quo. They were saying they don't want children with disabilities in their children's classrooms. So they're also have investments in keeping things the way they are. So these are issues around just stopping and recognizing not only how we've got ourselves to where we are, what the consequences are, and how we've perhaps got investments in that. But then we can't just sit there. We can't just sit there and just think about what we've got wrong. We need to do justice work, and justice work is about making things right. Justice work is about reparations. Justice work is about undoing the wrong that has been done in the past and making things right. And I'm going to, in the second part of my presentation, just talk through a number of things that I think we need to consider as part of doing things differently, doing things better. And I'm using the hashtag from the Global Education Monitoring Report, which was all means all. In other words, if we're thinking about all students, we really do mean all students, not most, not those who are easy to include, but actually all students. And the first is we need to clamor and expect and talk about policy development. And the graph that's on the screen right now also comes from the Global Education Monitoring Report. And this is about the countries in various regions of the world which have disability inclusive policies. And you will see that the dark lines on the left are policies that secure segregation, policies around combinations of segregated and special education, policies around integration. And integration is where we imagine that children with disabilities could be in regular classrooms if they can fit in, and then policies around inclusion. And we can see that in many parts of the world, in Africa included, we've got a long way to go before policies actually make inclusion possible. And policy development, more than ever, is I've understood is an important consideration. Again, back to our concerns coming out of our project with disabled refugees, is where there isn't policy, you don't just have a gap and nothing fills the gap. When you have a policy gap, something moves into that gap. And our research shows is that where there's a policy gap, xenophobia and ableism fills that gap, and exclusion is the result. The next thing, and it links to what I've just been talking about, is I think we have to do more work in the recognition of intersectional oppression, and not just think only about disability inclusion, or only about the inclusion of girls, or only about issues around refugees, but to begin to understand more about how these intersecting identities lead to experiences of oppression that are compounded. They're more than the sum of an individual identity oppression, and we need to be thinking about what does it mean to be, for example, both a rural student and a disabled student in African contexts, where, for example, distance to education might be a problem for you if you're disabled, in a way that it's not if you're not disabled. So I would suggest that that's something that needs to happen in the inclusive education space. Teacher education is and will continue to be an ongoing priority, both at initial teacher education level, but importantly in ongoing professional development. And here I would really advocate for professional learning communities, for teachers to come together in forums like this and elsewhere, where they can really grapple with what does it mean in this context to be inclusive here, and how can we work this out together, rather than the assumption that I have to go and be workshopped somewhere and then come back and go, oh no, I can't do this because it doesn't work here. But what does it mean if we put our heads together, and how can we in this context think about what it means to be inclusive? My fourth comment is around community partnerships. And I would suggest that in African context, we could do a lot more to draw in our communities in our efforts to be inclusive. There are resources in the community that I think we can be far more strategic about using, about drawing on. There's expertise in communities. There's availability for support, people who might be able to be drawn into schools. I just feel that there's a lot more that we can do in our context to make inclusive education happen if we draw on communities and wider communities more. And there's been some good research that shows where that works well. Leadership commitments are important. And where inclusive schooling has done well, even in hugely resource constrained contexts, it's because we've got leaders who really are willing to say, our job is to be inclusive, we'll make it happen. Not, I don't think so, we've got to think about our schools standing. We're not going to take in these refugee children because they're going to affect our scores on standardized assessments. We need leaders who actually say all really does mean all. And I'm going to close off with a last comment, which is around creative resistance. I know that things are tough. I've worked in schools where things really look impossible in terms of exclusion, large classes, lack of resources, underqualified teachers. But I've also seen where people take up what I would call creative resistance, not necessarily disrupting the whole system, because that's not possible, but where people have said, you know what, maybe the structures are not quite as impermeable as we think they are. Maybe we can try this. Maybe within the boundaries of what's possible, we can do that. And we can begin to include children who we might not have otherwise. And I really do love this quote. It says, while we might want to bring down the wall of history, which to me is exclusion, it may be enough just to make a crack in it. So I would close off by saying recognition work and justice work don't sit on their own. They mutually influence each other. We need the recognition work to inform our justice work, and we need to keep going back from justice work into recognition work in order to take us on further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Walton. That was absolutely brilliant. Really loved the way you captured those ideas and a real kind of a call to arms around making a difference. Thank you so much. We do have a question for you, if that's okay.
Perfect.
So we had a question that said, what would you say is the way forward for low resource schools that don't have the resources and capacity to support children with disabilities?
I think that's a brilliant question. And I think that there are incredible examples where there is a real will among the school community to do things. Things happen. I'm thinking of a school that I got to know in South Africa, which was in the KwaZulu-Natal region, which really was facing a number of challenges around disability inclusion. In a way, they were forced to be inclusive because there was no special school nearby that they could just say to someone, no, you need to go to the school down the road. And we were really interested in some of the creative, that idea of the creative resistance. So one of the problems that they were experiencing was that the taxi drivers were not willing to pick up children in wheelchairs. And I'm not trying to blame taxi drivers. It takes a long time to stop and help get a wheelchair and a child into a taxi. Means that you might be losing business down the line. Some of the taxi drivers were charging extra for the trip for the child and the wheelchair. And the principal in the school called together the local taxi association and said, we need these children in school. If you bring the children each week on Fridays, we've got a great vegetable garden. You stop by and there'll be a box of vegetables for you on a Friday. It sounds like a trite example, but it was just the example of a principal who said, actually, we're starting with the assumption that we need to be inclusive. What are the barriers and how can we think creatively about that? We've seen schools also thinking around, university students need to do community work. We're going to offer spaces for those students and say, please do come in and, find where there are resources in either in the health system, in various places, and actually say, what is possible? I'm not suggesting it's easy. When we don't have the devices that are needed, it is a problem. There is also a need, though, I think, not just to sit back and say they don't give us what we need. And that was something also that came out in this research that we've done is I know it takes time and I know it takes energy, but there is a need for advocacy. People who get what they need often are the ones who are at the forefront. They're knocking on the doors of politicians, knocking on the doors of the corporates. And I would say that they shouldn't have to, but I would say for those schools is get the will around being inclusive and find creative ways to push back.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's so interesting. And Dr. Ugonna, I think you have a question?
Yes, I have a question, but first I would just like to say, again, just like Julia had said, I love the way you captured your thoughts. I really like processes in terms of, the way you broke it down, the recognition down to justice work. I'm a medical doctor, and so I've also been involved in a lot of, well, my core focus really is cancer awareness, cancer advocacy, and all that. And I've done that for the past 10 years. You mentioned something stood out for me when you were talking. You mentioned a research that was done by students amongst parents who were interested in maintaining the status quo. And I remember that when I was researching about this, and I was just trying to get some context, I saw a question online that someone had asked, and it said, a disabled pupil would take up too much of the teacher's time. Why should other children's learning suffer? Now, this might seem, I think the reason I want you to answer this is because I think it's very important, again, even in adoption of all of these things that you've talked about in justice work, that we face the difficult questions, the things that we term difficult. I've experienced that in cancer care where we try to create awareness and people are saying, oh no, this chemo is even killing more people. Than we need to face these difficult questions, answer them, give people clarity and context so that they might be more, they can understand really. So I would really like to hear your thoughts on that particular question, Professor Elizabeth. Thank you.
Yes, I definitely, I've got quite a few things that I want to say about that. I want to say, first of all, ideally, for inclusion, we need to be pressuring our education departments around class size. So around the world, we do know that class size is one of the things we need to have in place for inclusion, and it is simply, it really is, it's difficult to teach just a regular class of 70 children, and then also to be able to give the attention to children with disabilities. So that would be the first thing, and I don't want to detract from parents' considerations around those. The second thing I would say, though, is that in general, what we know from research is when teachers are teaching with a view to being responsive to children with disabilities, the results of all children tend to improve. And here I'm not particularly thinking of children perhaps with necessarily just a physical difficulty, but various learning difficulties. We know that when teachers are putting things in place with a view to supporting perhaps a child with dyslexia or a child with other learning difficulties, a whole range of children who might not have a diagnosis actually benefit from the inclusive teaching that the teacher might be thinking about children with disabilities, but actually a range of children benefit. And there is research that shows that everyone does better when there is a range of children and the teachers are looking to support that range of children. The next thing I would always say to parents is, are you confident that you really want to stick by that idea? What's going to happen if your child starts having some difficulties at some stage in their school career? It's always very easy to have the idea that my child should be in this classroom, but it's other people's children who shouldn't. And there is always that sense of saying, you know, this is great, but you know, what happens, you know, often it's primary school, what happens if your child starts experiencing difficulty, say, as maths gets more difficult? Would you like the teacher not to give their time to your child? You know, must your child now be sent somewhere else because there's some difficulties? And I think that I would say that very gently to parents, but also there's often the assumption that my child is perfect and other people's children are deficient. And I actually remember in a conversation where a full service school in South Africa was beginning to move down the path of inclusivity, and there was somebody who was very, very negative about the fact that there might be children with perhaps learning difficulties, intellectual disabilities in their school, and the person came back. I actually couldn't even repeat what he said. He used the R word about not having children in his class. And afterwards, the school principal said to me, she said, you know what, that parent's child is our biggest bully in the school, and we have the most problems with bullying, and I would rather have 5 children with learning difficulties than be dealing with the bullying of that one child. And so I think some of those questions also come out of people's assumptions that their children are fine. But I think responding to those questions, we need to be understanding. Parents didn't experience inclusive classrooms. They know that, you know, their experience was that I never was at school with children with disabilities, therefore my children shouldn't. And I think we need to be gentle and thoughtful as we take people with us on a journey towards inclusivity. What I've been saying about, you know, it might sound harsh. I would never take a harsh tone with parents, but I'd really like to say, come on the journey with us. Think about how your child might benefit from being in a class with a child who has a disability. Your child will learn, and guess what? You might even find that they become friends, and imagine that. That's it.
Thank you so much. You really cleared a couple of things up there. Thank you, Professor Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Professor Walton. I really do appreciate and such clarity that you brought. Now, as everybody knows, technology likes to know that we have a big conference and then mess with our minds by not allowing people to log on, and that's what we have happening right now. So, as you lucky people, what we're going to do is take a 10-minute break. So I currently have that it's 9:55 in the UK, so 5 minutes to the hour in the country that you're in. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're hoping in that time that we'll be able to find access for our next speakers. And we know that Professor Walton has to go as well, so we do appreciate your time, we really do. And so thank you everybody, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, so 5 past the hour. And we look forward to seeing you then, and you get to have an extra drink, maybe even a snack, and we'll see you in 10 minutes time. Thank you so much.
Okay, she can hear you now.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Hello? 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 I'm thinking.
Hello?
Hello, can you?
Hello, Miss Christine, are you okay? We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, but yeah, I can hear you, but
The background. Can you help us change the background?
Okay, so hold on. Wow, background because it's too many.
Hello everyone. As you can see, we're experiencing technical difficulties at the minute. So we've already got planned a session on parents' voices, and that'll be coming up shortly. We're just making sure everybody can access, and then we'll be able to begin that panel. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, Christian. I think you need to unmute. You need to, you're muted. I can see your lips moving, but I think you're on mute. Did you want to say something? Okay.
I think Christy may be sorting out the background. I had it earlier. So if you have a white background and it fills it with blue, and earlier my whole face went blue. So I had to do the same. I had to click on it and switch off that background to say none at the back.
oh, can you hear me now?
Fantastic. Yes, I can.
Can you?
We can hear you.
Can you hear? Can you hear me? Okay, so the background.
I think we're practicing creative resilience at this point because we have to, we have no choice.
Hi, Naya, are you ready? Fatih?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Not sure if Fatih can hear me. Fatih, are you ready? So now, Shalakwe, are you ready as well?
Yes, I am.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, so we have Fatih and we have Fatima and we have Sholakwe, but we don't have Nonye.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay, we can barely hear you, but we hope that things will sort itself out as we go on. Okay, so I think Julia, we can the three parents are here. I think we can segue into the parents conversation session.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. So if I hand over to the host of that session, and I know that Basira will be in contact with you, Miss Christine. around how to help. Thank you. I hand over to you now, Ms. Shalapi and Ms. Fatima.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So my name is Shalapi Azazi, and this is the parent section. I know that we had agreed that Fatih would open up with a poem that she wrote. So I'm hoping that the poem can come up and Fatih can go ahead and read the poem out. Hello.
We
Hello?
can't hear.
We can't hear you. I was just waiting to see if the poem was going to come out, and I'll start, or can I just go ahead?
Yes, just go on, Fatih. Read the poem. We'll listen.
Oh, okay. My name is Fatigiwa Abdurrahman. I am, first of all, a parent of a 7-year-old, handsome 7-year-old son on the autism spectrum. And this is this poem was actually inspired by some of the challenges, some of the experiences, day-to-day life ever since my son's autism diagnosis. And there it goes. From the moment you were born, I knew you were different. You took some time to let out your first cry, but you did eventually, with the help of a gentle nudge from the nurses, of course. As a newborn, you were so peaceful. You let me sleep through the night. I know that's rare because your sisters taught me the hard way. As an infant, your cuddles, smiles, and love light up my days. You will laugh at my voice, clap to my rhymes, blab to my songs, and dance to my music. Suddenly, I began to watch you slowly drive into your world. I was confused. I was helpless. I knew I needed to search for answers. I reached out to a few people. Some said I was fussing over nothing, but I knew that there was something. But I kept on searching until I found the word autism, and it changed me completely. At first, I was in denial. I felt sad, lonely, and hopeless. But in those trying moments, I found strength. Strength like never before. I knew I had to be there for you, to be your voice, to protect you, to help you get to where you deserve to be. I knew I had to fight for you. When your teachers were at the verge of giving up on you, I showed up for you, reminding them of your unique abilities, despite the challenges. The journey has never been easy dealing with your meltdown and behavioral challenges. Has always been and is still my biggest challenge, being your mom. But I have come to understand that every behavior is indeed communication. Sometimes I get the message from your nonverbal cues, other times I don't. Education to me as your mom is the best gift I can give to you. Education is the pathway to success. Education opens doors for anyone, regardless of their skills and expertise. This is why I will do all it takes to see that you get the right education, formal education and Islamic education, the right skills and expertise, to see.
Hi, Fatih. I guess we're experiencing some technical issues. Is it from my end?
No, that her sound has gone right now.
Okay, it's from Fatih, okay. So, Noya, are you there? Noya? Okay, so I think for now, till I get all the other parents to join, I will just, okay, Fati's back. Is she back?
No, unfortunately, I think we lost her, but I also guess that she will try to rejoin.
Okay, great. So, I don't know how many of you like listened to all the things that Fati just read out, but if you take like a survey amongst I don't know 1,000 parents, and they will tell you that that was how they got introduced to the journey, because Fati's story of how she got on the autism journey is similar to mine and similar to a whole lot of other parents in the support group that I lead. And I know it would start with the whole, you're hearing the voice and then suddenly you're searching for answers. But you know, one thing is for sure, if you, to help your child is to get the education you need first to be able to understand what it is that the child is dealing with and how to best support the child. Noye, are you here? Do you know if Noye is here? Because I can't hear her voice and I know she's supposed to be on.
We can't hear her as well, so just carry on. I think.
Yeah, I can't
can
see
hear
the
you.
list at the minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying, hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay, as I was saying, with several conversations with parents, I know that the biggest concerns has been and their biggest concerns and challenges has always been with the lack of willingness to or the lack of support. I think that's the word, adequate support for their children with special needs. And I think I was listening to the first person that spoke earlier, Dr. Elizabeth Watson, and I like some proactive ways that she had suggested, you know, school system imbibing the culture of inclusion. But I feel like for us here, we still have a long way from even being able to get the inclusion conversation started, because we still struggle with a lot of denial as parents. We are still, you know, trying to figure out the why this, why that, you know, we're still trying to understand why me. And I feel like advocacy and awareness would, you know, do a lot of good in the way to push more of this education forward. Sorry, it might seem like I'm rambling, but I sort of was supposed to be in like a back and forth conversation that was already set in my head, and now I'm trying to make sure I carry on the conversation. So please,
Shalabi, you're doing an amazing job. Please continue. Please continue.
Okay, because I just wanted to put that out there because you know, okay, so
I know how difficult this must feel for you at the moment, and I think it's only so there was that as part of the planning, Shalakwe and the other parents were asked to speak to some of the parents in their groups. So Shalakwe works in a parent community. She works at...
Don't worry, Basirat, I will take it from there. I will just talk about some of the things that was discussed, you know, some of the reviews we got from the parents, and then I would just, you know, elaborate some more about it. So I think the first one was that a lot of them showed concerns.
Can you please share
no, don't worry, it's fine. So some of them shared concerns, and what they found challenging has been the lack of willingness to provide adequate support to their children with special needs. So we were talking to them and saying, you know what do you think was your biggest challenge? And for me, I agree with that, because a lot of times you go to schools and they say, okay, either the special needs school or or the ones that are the mainstream school. I know that we don't have a lot of special needs schools. And like Dr. Watson earlier said that I think the school in South Africa or the area in South Africa where they didn't have a lot of special needs school. And then they had the mainstream school had to accommodate. They had to put things in place to accommodate this children with special needs and everything. But what you find amongst us here in Nigeria. Hi, Christine.
No, actually.
Oh, hi. The panel is back.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yes, the lights went off, the Wi-Fi went off, so I didn't even know how far I went with the poem. I apologize about that.
No problem, no problem. So I was just talking about some of the findings from the survey that we took, and then I said that some of the concerns was the lack of willingness to provide adequate support for the children with special needs, and this is very true. You go to some schools that they say they are inclusive, they take the money for inclusion and all of that, and you go and you don't even see the basic needs of the children that are put in the school met. And then you start to wonder, because I want my child to have some sort of social interaction, I don't know to lock my child in. I want to bring my child out to the world. I want my child to be able to communicate, to get all of these things that we talk about, that we say is lacking, social skills, this and that. And I've put my child in a space, in an environment that I have assumed is enriched enough, is accommodating enough. And to my shock, there's nothing there to write home about. So these are some of the challenges we face. It's not that they don't want to bring another part is the financials, but let's even say, okay, financials is taken care of. You go into the schools and you're saying to yourself, what exactly is my child? Yeah, what exactly are they doing in this space? Are they really attending to my child's needs? Are my child's needs really being met? Are they looking at my child's strength? Are they even identify what my child's strengths are? Are they even using those strengths to be able to navigate those areas where the shortfalls are? So those things, and truthfully, it's lack of education on their part.
Of course.
When you look at it, they haven't even conducted a whole school awareness. There's nothing, and sometimes even when the teachers are educated, most of the time they saddle our children with the class helps, those assistants and all of those, but they are not educated. If you as the classroom teacher know how to, manage and appropriate roles and everything, the person you have assigned my child to does not even know the why behind the behavior.
Exactly.
Understand that this behavior is communication, does not understand. So it defeats the purpose. So when we say we want to educate the educators as to, bringing self-awareness and all of that, I feel like it should be a whole school approach, which you don't find.
Yeah.
The school owners will send their teachers to for training, but they don't end up sending the other staff. Training should start with even your gate man. They should be able to realize that, oh, this child is having a meltdown. These are the ways I can help this child. This child is, it's from that training that they will go back into their community.
So I have to agree. I agree completely. Like listening to you, I don't know. It feels like we are sinking, like every single thing you've just talked about. I have experienced it with my son. So I live in Cape Verde Island. I'm in the city capital, Praia, which is also in West Africa. And last year, like I mentioned earlier on, the poem that I put together was inspired by so many things that I have experienced with my son. And I experienced virtually everything you just mentioned now. So like my son, we don't have any special needs school here. We don't even have any special needs school here. So the finance is not even the issue here. He's in one of the most expensive school which is supposed to be like, you know, mainstream and inclusive. But last year we got nothing. Like when I mean nothing. And I was getting, you know, a lot of, you know, people telling me, oh, sometimes my son is just wandering around the school building. He's not doing anything. They don't even, you know, engage him. It was not after I had registered him that they told me that there was no special ed. They used to have a special education teacher. And then not after making the registration and payment, they came and they told me that they don't have a special need teacher, but they were working on getting one. You know, and then they kept on extending it and they were not saying anything. And I had to be like last year, I was just like the mama bear. I was always in their faces, you know, challenging them. Like, you said you're an inclusive school, and it's not really inclusive, but because we don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. Like even private schools, we have very few private schools here. And then the public school is just zero. So the private school, at least they have limited amount of students in class. So I know they will be able to make, you know, a little bit of attention, give a little bit of attention, exactly. But we weren't getting anything. And I had to go and educate the school, the teacher, the students. I had to go there and educate every one of them about autism. And, you know, I had this this whole day that I went class by class. I spoke to some of the children because even my son was experiencing a little bit of bullying from other kids. You know, the kids just didn't understand him. So, like I said, a lot of times we, the parents, have to be, you know, that voice. We have to do a little bit of these things for our children. But in Africa, we are really lacking behind in terms of these resources. And I can go on and on about all of these things, but I really agree with a lot of things that you just said. And there was the first speaker, Dr. I'm sorry, I came a little bit late, and then I heard her, there was this particular thing she said about when the teachers said that they say they spend so much time trying to, you know, work with a child with disability. So I experienced that, like, you know, this exact same issue, because my son's teacher said that if you will have to work with my child, what was going to happen to the rest of the kids? And I said, you spend the whole 5 days a week with those other children. My child deserves, even if it is an hour or 2 hours of your time every other day, out of the whole hours that you work with those children. But he was not getting nothing. And that was a big issue.
I feel also that that's the role of the old school education. That's where it comes in, because I understand that as a teacher, you can just give so much of yourself, but you have other students in class. You can use, there's something called peer-to-peer interaction. You leverage on those people, those children around, and then you use it, you pair them up. I feel like sometimes we are not thinking out of the box.
Exactly.
We're stretching, you're just doing the barest minimum and ticking a box. And it's not enough, because the people that cannot, you know, that have the shorter, that on the shorter end of the broom will suffer. And sometimes those people are our children. And you see us as parents of these children going all out and talking, and then you say we're nagging. We're not nagging. For the right because we have one of them.
We can all agree with that.
When you said nagging, it just drove home. When you said nagging, I just experienced a whole lot of flood of emotion, you know. Oh my goodness. So Christine's school. So I have I'm Nonya Mike, not Christine Mike. So my daughter, I have a 17-year-old girl living with autism, you know. So her first 12 years was actually in a mainstream school, you know, and apart from being in denial, that is why I love your poem, Fati. It's a masterpiece. Permit me to share. It's going to be on my platform, my website.
Thank you.
Because it was like a capsule. It encapsulates our journey. You know, I saw that a poem. It went from having him. That was exactly what happened with Christine. She didn't cry the first time. You know, she didn't cry, you know, immediately she came out, I had her, she didn't cry. So with the nudge,
So from your poem, The Gentle Nudge from the Nurses, she cried. You know, and I can remember when you said she was kind of special and gentle and peaceful. So I was saying, oh my, I can remember praying. When we're in Dublin, they know how Dublin weather can be fierce, you know, very icy and cold. And I was saying, oh my goodness, hey, thank God though, for a peaceful daughter like this. So because my, you know, I was like, I was really like almost crying. She was just so peaceful. We missed our bus. We missed a bus, and then, you know, in that dead of winter, you can imagine Ireland in December. It was horrible. Then my first son, Sean, was whining and fidgeting. I want to eat this, and she was just in her buggy, quiet. She never gets sick. Her high threshold for pain, you know. So I would just say, thank God, Lord. God really blessed me. And not was supposed to be, you know, and all that. So, but what am I saying? You know, so your poem is a masterpiece. I just wanted to start from the poem before I really, like, you know, I came in a little bit late.
Thank you.
I read it yesterday, and it brought out everything I actually went through.
Yeah.
When I had my interview with BBC, why I really wanted to say this is because, you know, stories are powerful.
Yeah.
Storytelling is the most powerful tool of change. Yeah. You know, when I shared my story in BBC, my DM was flooded with women. Some lived in Paris, Kenya, different parts of the world, and these women had almost the same story. And you can think that if I'm in Paris, I won't experience stigmatization.
Sure.
It's not, but it's not the truth. It's not. So, you know, these women had even I spoke to a mother that fled from Africa. Why? They said that she was the reason why her son is autistic. You know, she says she went through untold hardship that she can't even tell me on the phone what she went through. And now she's in Paris with her son and she's getting the care that she needs. You know, so from the denial, you know, denying, I prayed and I was begging God for this miracle. The God, just give me a miracle. Let Christine be okay. But then the irony and the paradox of the whole thing was she was a miracle staring at me.
Exactly.
Whilst I was praying for a miracle, the miracle was staring back
coming closer to you.
Whilst I was going from one therapist to another, Christine was scribbling and sketching on old textbooks. She would repeat images over and over and over, all like 200 of them at a sitting. I said, now, I said, God, what is this now? You know, the whole house would be littered. But though she was not verbal then, but she was still saying, I'm here. And I just wanted to paint. So once I was going from one therapist to another, from one fasting program to another, she was just there saying at me a miracle. Then with the COVID, you know, I saw you awaken from your, that's the third paragraph of that poem. I saw you emerge as a warrior, using your tool of education, religion, skill acquisition, expertise. But for Christine, COVID now, you know what COVID did for me? There was no more, I couldn't hide behind the teachers, I couldn't hide behind the therapists. I was just alone with my daughter. And then she drew for the first time February of last year. She held a paintbrush for the very, very first time last year, February, in the heat of COVID, when everybody was, you know, was scared, people were locked away, isolated. Christine emerged. When she held that paintbrush, Christine has achieved only 30% speech. She started painting, her first painting was a cat, a yellow cat, in a small canvas. I said, no, this cannot be true. And maybe the teacher is just trying to make me happy, you know, to make me happy. So, madam, you're not wasting your money.
Yes.
That kind of something. I said, okay, tomorrow I'm going to be here. And the second day she paints a Calabar woman tying a wrapper. I cried.
Wow.
You know that ugly cry, like ugly.
Wow. Yeah.
All these years, I was saying, so this is me. My sister will come with her lovely daughters, all grown, matured, behaved. You know, they will assist her in the kitchen, do all that. And I had Christine, you know, she was the tallest and she was very tall, you know, and there I was. Christine emerged. 15 months, fast forward to 15 months later, this year she has had her 4th exhibition. 4 exhibition. Somebody has never held a paintbrush before. So even when it is not verbal, even when they can't communicate verbal, they're still trying to communicate.
They're still trying to communicate.
You know. So it's instructive. So when you say nagging, or those early days, I will go to the school, I will play, include her in the play, include her in this, include her in that. She really wants to. And for some reason, she loves the camera. She's a show girl. She just likes camera, like, you know, and all. You know that. So when you said nagging, so, you know.
Thank you. Amazing. I love your story. And just like you and so many other people, I know that as for me also, the lockdown, I always say to people, was a gift to me.
Yes.
It was not like, I know that, yes, it was, the COVID was out there and all of that, but lockdown was a gift for me.
I felt that too.
Slowed everything down and allowed me to hear that voice. I was able to hear and see and understand. And we talk about, you know, the children's strengths, you know, what they did, you know, it helped me to actually sit down and see what his strengths are, and then now be able to know areas that we can, you know, help, you know, put that help in. And it was very fantastic. And this is going to bring me to the angle of parents and caregiver education.
Education, yes.
We need to increase, just as we're doing the awareness, we need to increase caregiver training. It's very, very, because if you don't know what to look out for, you cannot help. You cannot give. Because, okay, they tell you, oh, I'm saying that because I knew what I was to look out for. You are saying you were able to go to school to tell the children, and because you knew what to look out for. But imagine if I don't know what to look out for, or I don't know if there was even another choice or another thing. How do I then start to give what I don't have? And I feel like I feel like this should even start from the therapist or wherever you get the verdict that your child has special needs. That education, that training should start from there. As they're telling you, this is what your child has. They do a flyer to say, I would also love for you to go and visit this place. Because it's until they do that, they can now understand the why. See, as a human being, if we don't know the why that is propelling us, we can't move in our intervention. And at the end of the day, that drives the results. Or what do you think, Fatih?
Absolutely, I agree. You know, even in my coaching journey, they always ask, you know, to go back to your whys. You know, go back to your whys to find that part, the answers to the way forward. Because without that why, you won't be able to move forward. You will just be standing there because there's no purpose for what you're doing. So finding that why is always important for parents. And then, you know, like you said, educating parents. I went out of my way. I didn't even know when I started this thing, honestly. It just started like, you know, I had no choice. So I started and I would go online. I started with research. Then I started attending webinars and I would jump on any webinar available. And then I started finding myself looking for courses, you know, to educate myself. And then the next thing I enrolled myself for, you know, a course in autism and ABA, because initially I was just like, I really needed a lot of behavioral intervention. So I wanted more, you know, in behavioral issues, because like I said, we have more of that with my son. And I was like, okay, if that is what I will go to. And I started to, you know, educate myself. And then I noticed that a lot of parents that actually did come to me when I shared my stories were like, they did not even try to go out there to find anything. They just sit down, helpless, with their arms folded, waiting for help to come. And that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that way. You have to stretch your hands to find something and let that thing come to you. You just can't sit down and wait. And so most times I have to, tell parents, they have to do this, the things they need to do with start doing something with your child. You don't even know where you will get to. And I realized that there were some people that I actually, I counseled and gave them guidance in the past. And last year when I had like kind of a break, I was just lost sometime like last year because my son had some severe issues last year. I was going back to those people that I lifted up to give me strength. And it was amazing, Yeah, I remember there was this particular lady that reached out to me when I shared my story, and I guided her. I told her the things that we did, and then she was the one telling me something, and I was like, wow, because I stopped learning at that point.
Oh,
and I was
it
like,
all comes back. It all comes back.
So I had to pick it back. I had to pick her back. I'm like, so.
And if you do not put it out there, when you need it, you won't be able to find it.
You won't.
Yes. Onoya, what do you think about that?
Okay, actually, it's quite instructive that what you give out actually does come back to you.
Yes.
You really, and that's why I believe so much in telling our stories. Share. Share.
Yeah.
Keep pour yourself out. Pour yourself on people, right? Impact people with your story, with your experiences. Because people are really looking for the authentic part of you. The authentic part of you is made up of your experiences, your truth. How did I survive 17 years? My only daughter, taller than me. How was I able to get her through her period? And it's a scare. You have a son, right? You guys have sons. Okay, I have a daughter. So I can remember, I kid you, I can remember my first, when she was hitting 12, I started having this panic attacks. I would just be in my car, and then I remember, she would see her period, and I would have a meltdown. And I would say, oh my goodness, what am I going to do during her period? How am I going to teach her how to take care of herself, menstruation and all that? It was, I used to have panic attack, but now I see mothers, children living with autism, they are another breed of intelligent being.
Yeah, absolutely.
All those years of thinking, how will she handle herself during her period? Her period comes and Christine handled life. I feel like crying. Because I had sleepless nights and she handled.
Wow. I think what you're saying is very important to put out there for parents. Like, always assume competence. Mm-hmm. Any situation you find yourself
exactly
thinking they cannot do it,
assume competence.
Skills. When you don't find the skills, teach the skills, but always assume competence, because that's the issue.
Do you know now? She takes care of herself. She can take care of herself, wash her clothes. I don't even have a care in the world.
That's because you are.
And that is why a lot of times when I write about my son and about the things that, because I have a blog where I share a lot of our experiences, our journeys, our stories, challenges, just like you say, the more we share, the more, people.
The more we share, exactly.
I always use the word yet. I always use the word yet for those things that we haven't been able to those stages we haven't gotten to yet. So I always use yet. I do not advise people to say, my son cannot do this, my daughter cannot do this. My child cannot do this yet? And I put that yet in the capital because he or she is going to get there.
It's a matter of time.
It's
a matter of time.
Exactly.
All right. We should round up now, but it was very creative. I enjoyed our time. Like I said, we're come here and come and tell our stories and just tell our truth. And I hope everybody enjoyed our truth and our story. And we will just keep talking about it. We'll keep sharing it because we need to put out our stories. Because a lot of times the stories you are hearing out you don't really hear our own African story.
Yes.
So the more we tell our stories, you never can tell. Your story can be another person's solution. But
Exactly.
our solution if we don't tell our stories. So thank you very much, ladies. I think we've done justice to the parents. Kind of,
thank you for the time.
Thank
Thank
you
you for the
all.
amazing
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's always amazing to hear authentic stories. There's a sense in which you tend to feel disconnected from a story, but when you hear real life experiences, I think it really helps. And the whole concept of sharing stories, especially from an African perspective, to own the narrative is so key. And you three did justice. And I am, in fact, I feel like this is one of the worst times to be an MC because I have to keep the time and I didn't really want you to stop. So I was thinking, should I tell them it's time up or should I just let them go in? But you know, just have to do the work. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions that some people have sent, and I think it would be nice to just give your perspective. Someone had said, sorry, there's a long one, I'll come back to that, but there's a shorter one that says, in the early years stage, what can educators do differently given their resource and other constraints? I think one person should take this and we can ask the other question. So is the question clear? Earlier on in the early stages, what do you think that educators can do differently given their resource and other constraints, given the constraints especially in most African countries? Any innovative ideas from anyone would help. Anyone can take this. Okay, Sholakwe's hand is up. Okay, Sholakwe, let's hear from you, please.
Okay, so I would say first and first, assume competence, then teach.
Skills. Okay.
What exactly are you trying to teach? As an educator, as an early year, what does the child need to learn? And a lot of times we're always focusing on the ABCs and 1, 2, 3. If the child is nonverbal, the child should be learning, important help skills. Water, things that are functional language, functional skills, not ABCs. You see, you go to some schools, a 3-year-old, they say, oh, he can read 1 to 100, he can read 1 to 1,000. And I'm like, that's awesome if that is the goal. But can that child do the basic things? Can that child sit at a table and eat food by himself without literally, or are you still feeding the child? Can those basic self-help life skills that the child needs at that stage, can that child access those things? If that child cannot, then those are the skills, those are the things you should be focusing on, not the 1, 2, 3, not the interaction with his peers. How is he interacting? Social skills, is he learning turn taking? Those little things. Those are the things that help build the character of the child. I feel that's my own response to anybody in the early years trying to focus on helping a child. Look for the right skills that the child needs for to be able to access his immediate environment. Yeah.
So what I hear is functional language. Fatih says something about he can't do this yet. So where Christine went from 30% to 70% verbal communication. When she started painting, she achieved 50% speech, plus what she had already. So functional, I had to use a lot of functional communication, what I felt that she will understand, being a girl. So a little things like if you sit down, you cross your legs. I have a girl, so she doesn't so she has to learn how to actually cross her leg when she sits down. So she doesn't just sit down anyhow. So I now came up with, once she sees me cross my hand like this, wherever she is, even if she's a mile away and she can see me, and I cross my hand like this and she's sitting down, she'll cross her leg. So even if you don't have the expertise, you don't have the training, don't have the skill, you as a caregiver, you as a primary caregiver, a mom, a dad, come up with functional ways to enhance comprehension, communication. We have more than we think. Assume competence. You have more than you really think, and be resourceful. Yeah.
I think that's those are very key points. Assume competence, and I like language and words. People tend to downplay it a lot, but words are things. Like she said, my daughter can or my child can't do this yet. Yes, that's yet in itself is so powerful. And think about it even across all spheres of life. There's a lot of things that we can't do yet. I mean, I can't sign a check for $1 million yet, but it's gonna happen. So that's a very great way to see these things. I think someone's asking. So, from your perspective, I like the what you've talked about now. But what do you think would have helped you to feel better supported in the early years? What do you think that if you had that, if you had seen that, maybe from the schools or from the environment or from your friends and family, your personal experience, what do you think that if you were there, because there are lots of researchers here, there are lots of academic people here, there are lots of, stakeholders in this thing here, and they're looking for these real lived experiences to be able to go back to the drawing board and say, these things are the things they've said, how can we make it happen? So it's a collaborative experience. So these questions are really to just draw up what they can build on or what they can begin to work on to make it better, because that's why we're here. So I would be very happy if all three of you can share. To be honest, I can stay here all day just listening to you guys talk.
Okay, so I want to say, I would like to say something first. I think from the early years, the first thing is the awareness. And you also mentioned, from friends and family, from everyone, the first thing, I think the awareness is still the number one thing. And we still haven't gotten there yet. The awareness, when I talk about the awareness, when I was in the earlier years of our journey, a lot of my family members, a lot of people thought that I was just, always complaining, like I was just, they just attributed these things to some, spiritual issues and stuff like that. And they just never took me serious. And I just had to cut a lot of people out, even immediate family, I just had to cut a lot of people out and just, just focus on what I was, because I'm the one dealing with this thing. You can never, I feel like sometimes no matter how much I write about autism, no matter how much, people still won't get it until they live you can't even spend 1 day or an hour with us and understand what we go through. You need to spend more time with a family, with a child on the autism spectrum. So the awareness is something that goes a long way. If there were people that had a little bit of that awareness, it would have, given you that first comfort, that first way of accepting your child instead of being in that moment of denial, giving you that, that strength that you needed at that time before you had to go through, a lot of emotional disaster, a lot of things on your own. We literally just did all of this on our own. Then secondly, the school, just like we had talked about earlier, and the schools need to be educated, like early teachers, like, the preschool teachers, early educators need to have at least, even if it's just the basis, ideas about some of these children with learning disabilities and, about how to go about the basic things, just like, we discussed earlier. It's just a lot of things that they need to do about. They need to, know how look at the child's skill, even if the child is nonverbal or pre-verbal. What does the child like to do? Make use of those things, those areas of interest. It goes a long way. Trying to engage the child more, including the child to play with other children, pairing them up to play with other kids. All those things goes a long way. And then services is the third issue. Services when it comes to therapies, speech therapies, occupational therapies, all those things are not enough. They are not enough. They are very, very insufficient in a lot of cases. And I can speak for myself here. We don't even have any occupational therapists. We only have a speech therapist, and then the wait time is like so long. You can only get like once a week. And what does once a week do for a child? And then we all know that early intervention is the key. What we give to these children within the ages of 0 to 5 years is the most important and aspects in their lives. These are the moments that we should not miss out on. So I feel like a lot of concentration and in our educational sector should go to these children in terms of providing adequate support, awareness, and basic needs for these children.
Amazing. I think you really covered it. Sholakwe, we're rounding up this session now, and I want you guys to leave us with one word, right? To the stakeholders, to everyone here who's listening, your last thoughts on this, what you would like to see coming forth. One word, and we wrap up in 1 minute. So let's be realistic. In 2 minutes, so we keep it to like 45 seconds.
Okay. So for me, is caregivers fatigue. We don't talk about that. Caregivers fatigue. Caregivers fatigue will set in when a caregiver has taken care of a special needs child, as the case may be, for a period of time, and he or she has not gotten a relief, a respite, or the required help that she needs. So for stakeholders, for warrior moms and dads, even grandmother, I work with rural communities. I see a lot of grandmothers that take care of their child because the daughter has to work in the city, and she doesn't understand what's happening to her son or to her daughter. First of all, it's like a thing of shame to her. So she abandons her daughter or son with her grandmother. So when we do our awareness in rural communities, we come across grandmothers with children with special needs. And you can see these grandmothers tired. You can see dads tired. You can see moms that are really tired. We don't stress. Caregiver fatigue is deadly because when it sets in, it comes with irritation. You're irritable, you're short-tempered, you don't have the patience you need, you stop sleeping, you lack pleasures and things that make you happy, you throw yourself to the back burner, depression sets in. So here, what I really want us to do, even as we elevate the conversation, the narrative towards special education needs, let's add caregivers fatigue and see how the government should give us good respite programs for caregivers. Thank you so much.
That was a well-deserved over 45 seconds comment. So let's pass. Thank you so much. Let's hear from Mati, and then Sholakwe would round up in 45 seconds.
Yeah, so in addition to that, I was really, really happy to hear that, like, that spoke for me sometimes too. But for me, I think educating the parents is what we need them more. We need, situations, we need some more webinars or, educative sessions, for parents to educate their parents about how to deal with their children and how to go about dealing with certain areas, especially with those parents that don't have access to services around them. Parents like me, like a lot of parents I can speak for, that don't have access to services around them. And we have a lot of, with the technology now, there's a lot of things we can learn virtually. So I think that for me is providing, caregivers and parents with the right education to work with their children.
Fantastic point, Ansholakwe. In 30 seconds, let's round this up. Your mic.
Sorry, mine, along with everybody else, will be support. I would want to, the more we put our stories out there as real as possible, we need to keep talking. We need to put our stories out there. You did ask a question, early years, what can we do? Let the parents, once the teachers realize that this is going on, they put them in a support group. There are other parents already in that situation. Let them hear and lean on another person's strength until they are strong enough to walk on their own feet. Let them be able to borrow that strength. Sometimes that's all you need. You just need to know that I'm not alone on this journey. I'm together with someone else. And that does a lot to, lift your spirit and give you that courage to just keep on the journey. 30 seconds.
Fantastic, fantastic. Caregivers, fatigue, lean on each other, we rise by lifting each other, and more webinars, more information for all involved, teachers, caregivers. Thank you so much. This has been an amazing session. I want to thank you guys for sharing. It's very difficult to get a lot of people to share, but for you to have agreed to share, to talk to us from your perspective about your challenges, you let us in, and we're very grateful for that. Thank you so much. Very quickly, this is a special session. It should have come first because the whole concept of what we're trying to achieve with this initiative, with this thought, is that the children come first. So we had planned earlier that Christine was going to share a poem with us, but she wasn't ready at the time. But we want Christine to know that we made time for you to be the first. If you want to share this poem 1 million times, you will share 1 million times today. So please let us encourage Christine. She's coming to share a poem with us. I want to see emojis in the comment section.
Christine, come on in. No, there's no, she's not the one doing the poem. I think she's the artist. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Okay then.
Okay.
Let's
Mama,
have that.
come. I say hello to everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Can you hear? Hi. My name is Christine Isaac.
We can hear you.
I tell my children Sata. I like to draw or paint. Drawing is my passion. My language is drawing. Drawing makes me happy. I love you all. Thank you.
Love you too.
So this is this is her paint. She just whilst we were fidgeting with so she just drew this today, this morning.
Wow.
Come on, Christine, come.
My goodness, this morning.
She just drew this morning. I wanted to, come and show me your painting. You can sign. Okay, so talk about your painting.
I like your paint.
You like your painting?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so what's this? What's this?
Mermaid.
Oh, it's mermaid. Oh, good. Okay, so sign your name. Sign your name. So that's us, everyone. So she will sign her name. After everybody sign her name. So it's a miracle for us. February last year, in fact, January last year I was sunk into a deep depression. That's why I'm always very, very concerned about caregivers fatigue. I was really depressed, and I didn't know I thought I was. She's 16. She's quite tall. Then I was I said, what was she going to actually do with herself? So February, everything changed. A whole Christine emerged. From the first time she held that paintbrush, she became an entirely different person. So I'll say something about, I was Fatih that said something about honing your strength. or it's in the honing of the strength that you can see another person actually emerges. Christine from 30% speed just by act. I know that art is very therapeutic, but it was a miracle for us. She started speaking. She started watching the television, watching movies with the family. Just by picking a paintbrush, Christine became a different, I can't even remember the Christine I knew before February 2021. And is that amazing? So I thank you all for this platform. I keep doing you, keep being strong, everyone. We love you. Bye. Christine, say bye. Bye. I love you.
Bye. Fantastic way to round up this session. Amazing, amazing. I had a thought, and I mean, might be right, might be wrong, but I do think that you and all of the support system, you've been sowing those seeds. The seeds you've been depositing all these things, and it's finally just, it's come out now, it's matured, and that's why you're seeing the Christine that you're seeing now. So it's an amazing, I mean, I look forward to attending an art auction, by Christine. It's definitely going to happen, because from what I've seen, and she did that this morning, amazing talent. I was just speaking to Dr. Julia, who I'm sure you'll be wondering, who's this person behind is really illustrating. Some of you came in late, and I would just say that Dr. Julia is our she's our conference illustrator. So she's sort of using art as well to tell the story of what we're talking about here, and we'll present it at the end. So it all ties in. It's amazing talent. I was just telling her that I have a subtle envy for artists, because it's great, amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having
Julia, I haven't heard your voice in a while, and I know you're busy with your art, but I want you to just give me something. Tell me how you're feeling, what you've been hearing, what are you taking away? And I can see that your creativity is really just spiraling, which means you're just on your head. So just tell us what's going on with you in a minute, and we'll move into the next session.
Fantastic. So thank you, everyone. That was amazing. See that artwork at the end as well. And the session there, to hear the voices of parents, such an underserved, that you so rarely hear that. It's fantastic to hear it. And so, yes, while people have been having conversations, I have been drawing pictures. So at the minute, I've been drawing a picture of what Professor Walton was saying, and I've left lots of room, and I've taken lots of notes. And especially from the parent session there were so many beautiful things said, so many people speaking in images that I will absolutely capture. And you will see that at the end of today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I can see a lot of encouragement from the comment session. Thank you guys for engaging. I see the wows, I see the love emojis, I see the hearts, we love you, Christine. I'm a huge fan. Thank you, parents. Amazing, so talented, testimony, fantastic. Keep the comments coming in. You're encouraging me. As you can see, the comments have given me some kind of burst of energy, and I just feel like we're going all the way. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to the next session, and this is going to be a talk, I guess, by Miss Ezia Fakako Nwokolo, Shades of Life Care, Nigeria. I want to say that if I didn't get the pronunciation right, I apologize in advance. Miss Nwokolo is going to be talking to us about making early diagnosis and intervention tools fit for purpose in Africa. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Nwokolo.
Thank you very much. So we're going to probably find you, because from your name, you should be able to say the name, but that's okay.
Any fine you give me at this point.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. Okay, so here we are. Apologies if there's some noise in the background. I am multitasking for today. So when Basirat asked me to talk about early diagnosis and intervention, I guess she had like a sneak peek into what my current research is all about. So I'll just get right into it. A bit of background, based on what some of the comments the parents have already made. We have all these people with intellectual disability, autism, and other things. But whilst the prevalence rate is known outside of the African continent, we don't have our own data. We don't even have people who truly understand what's going on, okay? And we're still where we're not just in denial, but just attributing the disability to all sorts of things. And we have very limited trained personnel as well. So perhaps that's why we're not on the right path to data gathering and being able to offer the sort of support that our community would require. So what I've done as part of my research is to go in and see how we can, after identifying the barriers at a master's level, how do we then problem solve? And so the part of a PhD is just to either take tools that are existing and make them fit for purpose, or develop those ones that we can use locally. Again, this is just part of the situation. I think the slides are available, and maybe, I guess, Winford Basirat will give them to those who would like to have them. So I'm just going to go. You see people who do studies in Nigeria or in Africa, basically, and they moan about the gold standard tools not being fit for purpose and all of that. We have studies that they've done in Nigeria as well. I'm using Nigeria because I'm Nigerian, but this will be applicable to most of the African countries. There's a study here where Oshodi and co, they did a community-based. Part of the limitation was not being able to validate what they've done by using a gold standard tool. And when we say gold standard, we're referring to tools that are recognized both worldwide, okay? So who the World Health Organization recognizes the tool and all of that. There's a recent study Bakare did where they've developed a Nigerian autism screening tool. And the major limitation in that, again, was not being able to validate that tool. They have internal validity, but the external validity and concurrent validity, which is comparing it to a gold standard outcome, weren't done. So we ask ourselves, why do we want to screen in the first place? We want to demystify, want to be sure of what we're dealing with. That's the main reason why we screen, okay? And if we're able to pinpoint what's going on, we can then refer for further diagnosis. But where we are in Africa, diagnosing comes with a lot of, logistics, and that we don't have, and a lot of limitations as well. So if we're able to screen early, like somebody had already asked about early years, if we're able to catch these children very early, in their early years, say, but between age 1 and 2, then we can begin to make the proper recommendations either to a school or within the family, and make decisions and other referrals as to what we need to do, okay? And when we catch them early, the studies have shown us that outcomes are actually better. So that's why we screen. But what we do have challenges, okay? So there's a cost element. A lot of these tools are very expensive. We can't even access them. I know that when there's some of them that when people access, they buy them, okay, and the first time, and then they start making copies. But these tools are copyrighted. So I agree that that's not really a decent way to go. Training, not just training the one-off, you pay a lot of money to get trained on how to use some of these tools, okay? And then how do you develop proficiency? So it's not sufficient to say, oh, I've been trained to use this tool, I know what to do, but how proficient are you? So that's where attending meetings, using the tools, what we call reliability meetings, and using these tools more often comes into play. But the crucial thing is adapting the existing tools. There are processes, so you just don't pick a tool and you start using it. When I say tool, I refer both to the screening and diagnostic. Screeners take about 10 to 15 minutes, maximum 20 minutes typically, but the diagnostic tools, again, depending on the needs and the level of what the individual is presenting with, it can go anywhere from 30 minutes to 4 hours, depending on what you're doing. So you see where all that time and patience and really understanding what you're doing comes in. And so when I go back to adaptation, the process of adapting. So I'll give you an instance, the social communication questionnaire, which is used widely for research purposes and, clinical settings as well, is one of the tools that I worked with to adapt in Nigeria, okay? And we're about to submit the manuscript, the outcome. But what we found going through the process with having a focus group, having stakeholders, both parents, teachers, doctors, pediatricians, speech people that are likely to use, and in fact, a lay person that are likely to use that tool for them to go through each of the 40 questions, word upon word, line upon line, and see if not just the language, but the phase, when we talk of phase validity, is it going to measure, are we going to be able to get what we're looking for by using it as it has been designed? And so what came out of that was just in terms of cultural relevance, that we needed to make the examples more contextual. Okay, so where they're singing songs like London Bridge is falling down, we would think of using our own local songs. And because we're an English-speaking country in Nigeria, the language was okay. Although somebody was saying, something about, there's a Nigerian language, but basically it came out at least about 90% okay. The other 10% was just making the using relevant examples. Then we talk of the content. Again, this is all part of it, what I've said, the content, the cross-cultural and all of that. So we have to be mindful when we're using tools that have been designed outside of the African context. And again, within Africa, we have French-speaking, English-speaking, Arabic, all sorts of, other languages, because even Portuguese, because of colonialization. Oh dear. Okay, so we have to bear that in mind as well. Okay, so we've done all of what's the way forward. Okay, do we develop our own? Like I mentioned, Bakary and Co, they developed one. I think it took them about 5 years. So you have that time element. And then do we have enough professionals? Do we have enough people on ground that are going to be able to collect the relevant data that we require, because we need to sample, we need to test? Do we have the resources available for us to do that? And that was one of the limitations in their study. Or, like I said, validate existing ones, basically contextualizing. And this is what I've explained that we're going to submit. So after we've looked at all of this, it's okay, we want to screen, we want to diagnose, perhaps we have tools that we can use at the end of the day. There's also the one for screening intellectual disabilities that my research team, and I meaning myself and my teammates have. Okay, so I'll just go down to the next one. And after screening, we move to intervention. Okay, these are all different types of it, but I'll hit on behavioral intervention. Basically, the most popular one, everybody says, oh, do ABA, but I want to sound, some caution here. ABA isn't medicine, okay? It is a science that we use. It's not a cure. These are all the slides are available for, so what I want us to go to is that how do we leverage the science how can we use ABA in our context, okay? I believe one of the ways is to train parents, train the caregivers, train the teachers, the barest minimum for them to understand the science. And if we don't have people that can pay for it, we have foundations we can leverage, and we have individuals, organizations, or we can even just, just give, just train them. And it doesn't have to be some high technical training. Just break it down. If I go to the hinterland, like where Nonya is working, she said she liaises with those in remote areas. How do I break it down for that lady, for the market woman to understand what they're supposed to be doing? So we need to be thinking about that as professionals as well. And we can volunteer our time, to go work with these people. Donation, just all sorts of things. There's collaboration. I know we're rushed for time, but I think I want to pause so that if there are questions in terms of diagnosis or intervention, I'll just take those. So let me pause and just take questions. But these slides are available, and I'm sure Basirat can always, if anybody has anything after this, you can always reach out and we'll continue the dialogue. Okay, so let me stop this and say, where is Ugonna? Ugonna, do you want to take over? Do we have any questions, anything?
Yes, Ugonna is here. Thank you so much for the presentation. I feel like I rushed you a little bit, but that's one of the emotional baggages that we carry as MCs, because you don't want someone to keep talking, but you have to keep to the time. But thank you so much for that.
No problem.
Okay, we'll take questions, comments, or perspectives on the topic of diagnosis, diagnosis, the challenges. And okay, we have one. Someone saying, regarding the cost of accessing early intervention, what are your thoughts for lower income families?
Okay, so, when we talk about using tools, okay, that's going like level 2, 3. There's the observation, there's a parent interview, there's a whole lot of, before we go into differential diagnosis and all of that. So we can even just start from the basic stuff. Ask Ugonna, how can we help you? What you say is going on with your child? Do all those observations, okay? Once we get those level 1 and we interact with the family, we should be able to see where the gaps are. And that's what I mean by going into the hinterland and speaking to them and demonstrating, so that we're not just focused on the money, them paying for this thing. Volunteer your time as a professional.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you said. As a physician, we've had several conversations around early diagnosis, and this cuts across all, some non-communicable diseases and infectious diseases and all of, just in general healthcare. And one of the challenges of early diagnosis, because there's a narrative that's being peddled, or it's a more popular narrative, that the patients don't seek care early enough, and that's why the diagnosis is late. But we have also come to find out that sometimes those patients or caregivers have indeed sought care earlier, but somehow something slipped through the cracks and eventually they presented it. So at the end of the day, yes, it is a multi-disciplinary approach to making early diagnosis work, but it is also as important to, like you said, you developed a tool. I wonder why the pediatricians, I don't know why it didn't take off. Again, we have issues with wait time, and so someone answering 40 questions might be, but that's, I think, is the challenge for us as innovators, as researchers, as people who are stakeholders in this thing, is that we'll keep going back to the drawing board. We'll keep looking at this thing that we've presented. Why didn't it take up? What were the challenges? Let's do it again. And we'll keep doing it. And we'll keep trying from all angles until we figure it out, because we must figure it out. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you again. How is my artist doing? Oh, yes, sure. Who wants to ask a question?
Can I ask
Sorry.
a question? Yes, please. I'd like to ask a question. So thank you, Mrs. O, for your presentation. I guess one of the things that I'm thinking about is you have mentioned awareness. So, making people aware that they should even seek out early intervention, but also in seeking out this early intervention, availability is a factor that we see that is recurrent, and perhaps that is linked to early intervention looking a certain way. So perhaps we believe early intervention can only look one way. Is that, what can you say about this? Because if we don't have enough places that can offer early intervention services, then how do we work around that particular problem, given the number of children who need to access early intervention? And again, I bring back the subject of, being able to access early intervention that is affordable for them. So how do we work around, that problem of not having enough places to access early intervention, not having enough funds, and early intervention looking a certain way,
Yeah. So when it comes to intervention, unfortunately, or fortunately, or whichever way, our intervention looks a specific way. That is the truth of the matter, because you don't want somebody being exposed to incompetency, which at the end of the day would do more harm to the individual than really leaving it alone. So it's sort of like if you have like a pimple or something, or a boil, you're not sure what it is, but you do have it. And rather than seek the proper help, maybe they have to incise it. You sit down there picking at it, and then, just introduce a whole lot of stuff. So yes, intervention looks a specific way, but what should be happening, and unfortunately, we're just building capability in country, at least in Nigeria and other African countries. We're just training up competency. Okay, and very soon we'll have, which it should be out there where people can access these professionals. But what I do say, and for people that I've met, what I say, like the parents have said, if we train the parents to as the first line, and research has shown it, if we train the parents as the first line of interventionists, I think we'll be on the right path, okay? Because you're with your child 24/7, literally. So if we train them and equip them and say, this is what you need to be doing, and the rest of us have oversight, which is kind of, Ugonna may not, but it's like you've gone to the doctor, they've given you prescription, you have it, and it says take 2 times a day and it's being monitored. Okay, so it's a similar thing here. So if the parent is trained, or whoever is the primary caregiver, on how to work with their child, I think it then makes it more accessible. At least that's something we saw with the COVID lockdown. Parents, those that were hands-on, were really, their children really made tremendous progress. So we can do it. It's a question of training or equipping the parents to know what to do, and wherever they are, even if they're in the hinterlands. Okay.
Interesting.
Dr. Lynch is not here, and I see there's no other questions. So ask one more question before we let Mrs. Nwokolo go. And my next question is on, ABA in particular. So for parents who will be listening on this, trying to make a decision on ABA, whether ABA is the right choice. Given all of the, all of the, I'm not sure if controversy is the right word to use around ABA at the moment. What would you like to say to parents who are trying to make a decision as to whether ABA is harmful to their children or ABA is actually an intervention approach that they should consider?
So thank you very much. Like I keep saying, it's not about the science. It's about the person implementing it. Okay. ABA is a science. ABA is a toolbox. The techniques are tools. That's what I tell people. So if you're not well trained to use what it is, or to say, oh, I need to be using a hammer, you'll use a chisel and you'll cause damage, and that's what's happening. Where people understand the science, where people understand how to implement it, it doesn't mean that they're not professionals. I mean, we have professional colleagues who still do or use the science wrongly. So you see things like, one of the things that's been coming up is restraint, for instance. Why are you using physical restraint? Why are you doing this? Okay. If people have really, sorry, hold on one second. If people have, sorry, one second, hold on. If people understand what they need to be doing and how to do it, I'm not going to go and jump on top of a child and pin them down. Do I understand why the child wanted to run off, for instance, in the first place? There's a difference if they're running towards danger and I go and bring them back, okay? Versus me not understanding that individual running off may be them telling me something. So I need to be more vigilant. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you say, oh, that they've said we should use, for instance, we should use restraint, or, for lack of whatever. And so because they're, you grab them, give them a pin for, no. You understand what I'm saying? In every profession, there are people who abuse their learning. The same way we would say, oh, we have quack doctors, maybe because the person didn't complete medical school, or they did, and then they're not practicing within their competency. So there's a whole lot. Okay, but we just keep explaining. We have to keep, it's an uphill task, but we have to keep explaining. We have to keep, some people need to be supervised in what they're doing. They're not getting the supervision. So of course, they're going to keep giving the field a bad name. Okay, but we need to, it's an uphill task, especially here in Nigeria, where we're just starting out, really, in terms of using the science properly. Even outside of the shores, it's also a problem, but it all boils down to the same thing. Whether do you really understand what you're doing, how you're doing it, or what you're supposed to be doing? So I hope that provides some insights.
Sorry, Basira. I hope that answered your question. Did it? I guess it did, because
thank you so much, Mrs. Owokolo. I know I have stretched your time beyond the time that you're meant to be here. So again, thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, I think we have had quite an amazing session, and as you know, all work, all listening, all Zoom without some rest or a cup of tea makes what I'm trying to say is not working. The point is that we're going to take a break and we will come back and listen to Dr. Lynch, and yeah, we'll take a 15 minutes break. So stretch your legs a bit, grab a cup of whatever works for you, a plate of anything that would make you happier when I see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I think our 15 minutes is up. Is anyone hearing me? Or are we enjoying the break a little too much?
Hi, Dr. Ogona. Hi, everyone. So yes, 15 minutes is up. Dr. Lynch is not here, and I think only Ebele is here for the next session. So because the next session does not start until 1:10 So only one of the speakers is here.
So
for
another
that
15
session.
minutes.
For another 15 minutes, yes. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to wait and see if the other speakers are able to join in. It's been a tech nightmare today, clearly. Yeah, it has been a tech nightmare today. So we'll see if all the other speakers are able to join in for the 1:10 session. If they're not able to join it, we will just have a conversation with Ms. Ebele. Ms. Ebele is a preschool teacher. She's a Montessori teacher. She's a preschool teacher, early career teacher as well. So should be able to talk to us from her experience, of being a teacher. So once we've had that conversation with Ms. Ebele, hopefully we'll have the other speakers here by 1:15. So let's just take, no, sorry, 1:10. So that's another 10 minutes
10
from now.
minutes,
So
yeah.
we'll just
Another
take another
10
break
minutes.
and then reconvene at 1:10 for the next session. Thank
Awesome.
you. Thank you for your patience.
No
All right.
worries.
We'll see you guys in 10.
Hello, Dr. Lynch.
Sorry, I got confused with the time. I thought it was quarter to 1. I was doing my session, but that's fine. Sorry, I'm probably. Do I do it now or should I?
Okay, so we've asked people to reconvene at 1:10. That's 10:12 your time. So there's supposed to be another panel session at 10.
See, Bazarat, the time on I have quarter 12:15 on.
With the next set of speakers.
I have 12:15 on the timetable, so it's only 12:05 here. So I'm still in time, aren't I? Or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Paul. We've had a few technical difficulties throughout the session, so we've had to move it around a little bit. Good to see you.
All right. Yeah, I was on and off, and then I had I had a note saying let's keep to the time. So 1:15.
Sure.
So I'll stay online, but be ready for 1:15 at the hour. I'm not even going to say what time.
So in Nigeria right now it's 1:05 or 1:06, and we've got people, so they're an hour ahead. We're both in the UK, and so they're planning to come back at 10 past the hour, so another 5 minutes.
Okay.
And that we've been moving things around because this morning technically it was very tricky. So.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw Elizabeth's one. That's really useful. So I can share my screen as well, can't I? I think I can.
Yeah. Do you want to have a practice now? If you want to.
Does that come up?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. I'll stop sharing. All right. So
Great.
I'll be ready in.
Yeah. I would stay online and let's see what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, it's 1:10 here. Ebele and Bukola are here for the teacher session. So Bukola, you've just joined. Thank you for joining us. We've had quite a morning or quite a day today. So just to keep you up to speed, there are 4 people who were meant to be on that session, but right now we have only Ebele, and also Dr. Lynch is only just about to do his session. So my proposition is that we take Dr. Lynch's section presentation first, and then we'll take yours. So it would just be Ebele. If it's only Ebele that we have, then we can have a conversation with. It also means that we don't have to spend the entire time talking to just Ebele, which might be a bit overwhelming for her. So we'll take Dr. Lynch's presentation first, and then we'll take Ebele next.
Okay, so over to me then. Well, it's more good afternoon at this stage. Thanks for inviting me. I've enjoyed, I've been in and out of the conference, and it's really happening. Some great discussions, and hopefully some further discussions over today and tomorrow. So I'm going to just share my screen. So you have access. Right, share.
Yep, that's sharing.
Is it sharing okay?
Yep, that's fine. We can see your slides on the screen at the minute.
So I've been asked to talk about, I know you've sort of been talking about teachers, or will be. This is more around coordinating. So this is going back to early childhood education, which there was a discussion earlier. And what I want to do is think about this idea of coordinating agencies, different agencies that support children with developmental difficulties and their families. So I just want to share some of my thoughts on that. Just to say I'm in the School of Education and also a fellow in health and wellbeing at the University of Glasgow. So you're probably aware of a lot of this research. There's been some fantastic research by Dr. Bola Olusunya, who's in Nigeria, and she's doing a lot of studies on disability under 5 years in the Lancet and in Global Health Lancet. So her study with others has found that approximately 1 in 10 children, particularly in Africa, has a neurodevelopmental disorder, around 53 million children. And what's interesting, even though survival rates have improved for children with developmental disorders, and there has been improvement in neonatal care. However, many children who survive are also developing complications of prematurity because of lack of premature baby care, which can lead to difficulties later on in terms of vision impairment, hearing impairment, and physical disabilities, brain infection, and long-term in complications. So even though the SDG talks about better survival rates of under 5s, we don't necessarily consider the implications that has on children with disabilities as they grow out into their former years. And there's been very limited routes to identification and support of children who have neurodevelopmental disorders and disabilities. And that's something that we need to address. And I know there's some really interesting research in assessing these children with disabilities, neurodevelopmental disabilities, through WHO and through other agencies. So we know that the better, the earlier we identify, the quicker we can get that intervention into place for the most at-risk children. So you're probably aware, last year there was a publication that came out called A Better Start, which was particularly not condemning, but sort of highlighting the lack of financial donor aid to early childhood education. And although there has been some increases over the last 5 years, there's still a deficit, there's still an under budgeting. So we're talking about 143 million pounds invested in early years, still only accounts for less than 1% of overall spending in education. Okay, so it's still falling short of what we need for pre-primary education. So I'm just going to take some examples, particularly from Malawi, where I do most of my research, and I have a fellow colleague who's going to be presenting tomorrow, Jennifer Mbukwa, who's also doing a lot of interesting research on early childhood education. So even though this is highlighting Malawi, there are many challenges across different countries in terms of access challenge, especially for the most vulnerable, quality challenge, in terms of capacity, staffing, or infrastructure. As you know, a lot of the early childhood education centres can be quite flimsy. There's an image of one in the bottom of the screen. So that is a challenge for many communities. There's also a challenge in terms of equity, inadequate service at delivery points, unavailable appropriate services, cultural barriers, geographical barriers, and increasing numbers of children with disabilities not supported. Okay, so there's those increasing challenges. And then there's a coordination challenge where there's a lack of coordination between the stakeholders, and that's something I'm going to talk about a bit further, about those linking of services. And then, of course, as I mentioned just earlier, there's funding challenges in recent times, in spite of increased budgets from funders. So as we know, there are many stakeholders who play a key role in ECE in many of the countries we work in. And these are just listing a few of them, from governments, from communities, local NGOs, and then larger organizations like UNICEF, the World Food Programme, the World Bank, Save the Children, ActionAid, Aga Khan Foundation, World Vision, and the list goes on and on. So we've got a lot of key stakeholders all in the field. So to what extent do these stakeholders come together? To what extent do they work in parallel and don't talk to each other? And I think we have constantly this conversation about, does ActionAid link up with Save the Children if they're working in the same district or in the same country? And I know, for example, in Malawi, there's an early childhood coalition that tries to bring those partners together, so that we share from our mistakes, from our successes as well. So in Malawi, ECE it sort of comes under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, and so that has the overall responsibility. But then again, from 0 to 3 years, health plays a very important part in supporting children through vaccinations and other health programs. But what's interesting in Malawi is that the Ministry of Education deals with early childhood from 6 to 8. However, the finances are managed through the Ministry of Gender. And then within that, we then have a subdivision of within the Ministry of Gender and Children. We have a directorate for children in terms of the ECD coordinator, who's responsible for the training of caregivers who are volunteers or preschool teachers. We have a disability section, which runs the CBR programs. And then we also have the social welfare program, which is responsible for child protection and monitoring of evaluation of CBCs. So already you see a structure which is already getting a little bit busy. And what happens oftentimes is that at the bottom, even at the level of social welfare, disability and children, they don't coordinate, they don't work together sufficiently. And very much health works out on its own. So I just want to talk about a project I was involved in called Indigo, which was looking at developing an assessment tool for children with neurodevelopmental difficulties based on an existing tool called Malawi Developmental Assessment Tool. So this is a three country project. I'll focus mainly on Malawi and Uganda. And what we did, and we just got a paper accepted in Disability and Society, was to talk to parents and professionals about the different pathways and barriers to identifying children with neurodevelopmental disability. And we also talked to communities and hospitals about their knowledge about different tools. So as we well know, there's still what's come out of the interviews, particularly with health professionals and also with parents, is the community understanding the demand for early identification and support. But there's always that underlying theme of stigma and blame and embarrassment and shame. And that came out strongly in countries, particularly in Uganda. So this idea of carrying a burden, something that was done wrong by the mother or even the father, and how that's impacted on the children. And even interestingly, in Pakistan, even the wealthiest elite class feel this sense of embarrassment, particularly with children with developmental delay and speech delay. And then on terms of the supply of services and support from health institutions, health workers had some knowledge about causes of disabilities, variable knowledge, and little reference to standardized tools. Many had self-made forms, developed forms to identify children, which they made up themselves. And teachers were seen as the focal point for identifying children with special needs or special education needs rather than hospitals. And that's really interesting in terms of that point of care. So in terms of access to local services, families felt that they weren't getting what they needed at the community level, and there was a habit of moving from one person to the other. Although parents could access local clinics if there is the basic care at the local clinic. So you could turn up at a clinic, but you wouldn't necessarily see someone who knows about the child's condition. And this would lead to the child not necessarily being referred, but sent home with some Panadol. And oftentimes I've heard stories about this, where children have developed serious cases of cerebral malaria, which has led to really severe impairments because of the lack of knowledge at primary care level. So there's this push between the demand, so there's the demand for early identification of disability support, and then the supply of services and support from health institutions and professionals. And what's interesting is that if parents are not seeking medical support and turning to other traditional ways of supporting, getting their children supported, then the supply side will not be strong enough. They will not have the services ready for what should be in plentiful demand. So the supply is not meeting the demand, and also the demand is not meeting the supply, because parents are not actually giving up on clinical assessments, going to hospitals because of the lack of knowledge, professionalism, and understanding of disability. So the supply of services and support there are many different types of professional support, and I've just on this slide got lots of different examples about play schemes, raising awareness in communities. All these programs exist, but they tend to sort of be sporadic. They don't tend to go across districts or communities in a cohesive way. So they tends to be training, and then it stops because funding stops. The other thing is that there are weak referral pathways. So health professionals talked about the benefits of multi and cross-sector agencies working together, but these connections are not necessarily in place. So ways of addressing community structural and service provision issues. So we have the child at the center. So these are the issues that we identified in our research, talked about discrimination, lack of knowledge, lack of typical childhood development, lack of beliefs of benefits of treatment, structural issues, lack of policies and guidelines, multi-agency working, and then at the provision side in terms of the professional knowledge and lack of provision of tools to identify children. So all these factors feed into a delay in supporting children with disabilities. Ways of addressing this is to provide greater knowledge at community level, greater sensitization, greater knowledge to community levels, early childhood development, and also on types of disabilities, and to look out for benefits of treatment and make sure that parents understand the benefits and not the negative sides of it. And greater multi-agency working, and that's something that we've been doing in Malawi in a project that I'll just briefly talk about. And then also improved training on identification and treatment of children with disabilities at nursing, early education and social welfare programs. And guidelines. We really feel that there's not enough simple, straightforward guidelines that service users can turn to get better understanding about how to diagnose or identify children with neurodevelopmental disabilities. So the program, just to finish off and coming to the end of my time, is the Let's Learn project, which we are doing in Malawi, is looking at connecting those sectoral partners in supporting children through different transition stages from home to early childhood centres and then into primary schools. And we set up a multi-sectoral technical group which comprises of different stakeholders from health, education and social welfare, physios, special needs desk officer, district education manager, district health officer. And the way we are doing is to create a meeting place, say once a month. This is the objective, where these stakeholders come together at district level to talk about children that they've come across that need support or identification and therapy. And even by being in the same room, just exchanging information can make a whole difference to families and children who've been neglected or missed because of all sorts of reasons. So this is an idea that we're developing. We're thinking of developing, looking for funding to develop an app or some simple way for the stakeholders to share information about children that they've met and need provision. And so we sort of want to work towards a more comprehensive early childhood education sector approach through meeting, rather than having the silos, is bringing the disability, physio, early childhood screening and social welfare more together in the same room and sharing the same information. And just to conclude, there's a need to review policies and incentives that are to improve supply structures through system referral, multi-agency approaches, and increased funding, of course. Strengthen pathways for early identification and intervention with regards to the management of children with neurodevelopmental disabilities. Look at community training of health workers, because many health workers don't necessarily know about disability, so they would need training. Collection of data to monitor referral patterns and gaps, which is essential, and to develop ongoing linkages between health and across sectors in education and social welfare services. So these are just some of the findings, some discussion points, and thank you very much, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lynch, for that very elaborate presentation. We have a question in the comment section, and someone's asking, what has your experience been with the governmental agencies in terms of their interagency collaboration?
Good question.
I like the chuckle.
Well, yeah, yes. I mean, I guess there's great intention. There's always positive messages, positive signs when you talk about this multi-agency connecting together. But there also seems to be a sort of sense, well, it's so difficult to do, and we've got so much on our plate that we just can't get our head around it. And so I think what works is that we start at district level and work our way upwards, because if we talk at national level, they just think too big and it just becomes too much, too unmanageable. Whereas I think what we should be doing is demonstrating at community level and Bomber, you know, small at the Bomber, the main town, and then looking around the communities to look at ways of supporting, because there are replicated social welfare, health and education in each district or county. And these are the people that we need to work with at community level. And once we can get something working, then we can then talk to national stakeholders. But I think just laying it out at national level, from my experience, doesn't work.
Interesting. A follow-up question to that is, what were some of the things that you found helpful in trying to make them see the need for the multi-agency collaboration?
So one of the things we do is we provided some funding for the stakeholders to actually physically meet in a place. So we had to provide some transport costs, some lunch. We didn't pay for, we covered sort of a bit of their time, but it should be recognized that this is their job, and we're not going to be paying an extra salary, but this is an incentive to bring those key players together. We set up a WhatsApp group, and that's been really helpful. My colleague Jennifer Mbukwa, who's talking tomorrow, she's been very actively involved in making sure the technical group meets regularly and that they have an agenda. And in our last meeting, we asked for a chairperson and a secretary. They formed that themselves with an idea of rotating it around the sectors. So we don't want a situation where health has ownership, and that it moves around the different different agencies, so that there's equal access. And also we have an NGO, Parents of Disabled Children, as well, involved in that group as well.
Fantastic. Earlier on, we had a session where we heard live from some of the parents about their challenges really with caring for their kids, and also accessing educational needs and support in general. And so I think that sort of has formed the context for the next question, where someone's asking, in your experience with meeting with these families, what can you share some of their own experiences with the existing educational system in Malawi?
Yeah, so we carried out some case studies of children with quite severe impairments, and we've talked to their caregivers and teachers, and we found that parents, there are mixed messages. I mean, there seems to be an awful lot of positive messages coming out of education, where teachers are really taking on more of a role of pastoral carer, of ensuring that the child, if they're ill, that they contact the parent. There's even children, in one case, a child who's developed epilepsy, and when she gets a seizure, that they take her to the hospital. So what's really key is that parents are really appreciating this. It's not unnoticed. It's not because as in previous conversations, as parents are incredibly busy with their work, but they're always at hand to find out about the welfare of their children. So parents are noticing changes, and again, there was a conversation about functionality, and a lot of parents are saying, I would like my child to be able to feed themselves, be able to wash themselves, be able to toilet. And these are really important goals, targets that teachers, particularly in special school settings, are really focused upon. In terms of mainstream, again, it's more difficult, but again, we found teachers were willing to go that extra mile. And also, what's difficult then is the linkages with social welfare. So protection officers, CBL programs don't get out to the communities as much as they can. But just lastly, in terms of physiotherapy, the nearer you live to a district hospital, and if there is the development of physiotherapy services, we found that children are going, that parents are taking them, and they're really benefiting from the physio, really are.
That's amazing to hear, all these interventions, and more so the optic that people are open to taking them up, and, and they're yielding positive outcomes. Interesting. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, we have one more question. I was about to say thank you and let you. The questions are coming in. Yeah.
Coming thick and fast.
Yes. So this is, what are your thoughts on the layered complexities of achieving multi-agency service provision in schools? Is this something that you think is achievable?
Yeah, I think it is, but I think we need to take it very carefully, step by step, and not overpromise. So I think what we try to do is, we're not going to be able to reach out and find every child who's not at school, who's not been identified. But what we do is, it's incredible how many children how many parents arrive with their children to a clinic, how many children and parents arrive to a hospital, how many children are known to schools but need therapy. So what I think is critical is that when those children turn up with their parents, we record that information. That's a legal obligation on our part to make sure that child, we get the essential details so that they are shared. So if a child has cerebral palsy and have great difficulty walking or moving, that is essential that the school communicates that to the district education office, who then in turn communicates that to the clinic, to the physio. But if they don't, it is complex, but it's to start simple, start with small number of cases, get that right, record the system that's been used, and see if you can build on it. Okay, so don't start big, start small, get some success stories, and that's what really helps. Is when you when you ask the parent, how did it go? That's what the ministries want to hear. They want to hear these stories that work, and not stories that don't work. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that was very clear. Thank you. I think what came to my mind is something that we usually say in cancer research, that behind every statistic or behind every data or figure you see is a person. Absolutely. So there are people behind the figures, there are real people behind the numbers. So as much as we try to present figures, I feel like you've mentioned, if we can get these real stories and real evidence from these people that are affected, and with these small steps, that we're taking, recording our successes or failures, going back to the drawing board, trying to brainstorm and do it better. We should be able to get there. Thank you for your time, Dr. Lynch, for joining us, and we're happy to have you.
Thank you very
sad to
much.
see you.
Thank you, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that and that presentation really just gave us sort of the foundation that we're looking for to then segue into the next session. We've had the parents session where we heard from the parents. Now we want to hear from the educators. And I remember a question that I asked one of the keynote speakers, and I said, if we're thinking of, in terms of creating awareness and in terms of creating sort of an environment where people are able to to understand really what we're trying to achieve, we need to be able to come to face with the difficult questions and difficult conversations that come up when special needs or children with special needs are mentioned. Some people ask really tough questions. And so we've said, you know, the educators need more funding, they need to do more training. Let's hear from the educators. And I really would like, because there's something, you know, authentic. I know that there's a tendency to be positive, everything is working, you know, we're trying, but I want to hear your real, you know, the real challenges, the real, what is, you know, what exactly in your role as educators are your challenges in managing this situation when it presents. And so we have a couple of educators that are going to also in that, after talking about their challenges as well, still talk about how educators can support or have been supporting. Sorry, I think I got that wrong. Oh yeah, generally, like how educators can receive more support to meet the educational needs of neurodivergent children in the early years stage. And I hope I'm not wrong, but the moderator for this panel, who would then introduce her co-panelists, would be Dr. Bukola Oyinloye from the University of Manchester, UK. Is she here? Dr. Bukola?
It's University of York.
Hi, everyone. That's fine. I was
University
about to
of-
mention the
Oh,
correct
I'm sorry.
institution. That's fine.
All right.
That's
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us for this last session of the day, I believe. It's my pleasure to moderate this session, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. So we've got two of the panelists with us today, and I think we'll give them about 10 minutes each to speak about their experiences. They are Miss Ebele Ejiofor and Mrs. Judith Usiapor. They are going to share with us their experiences, and as Ugonna said earlier, so continuing the conversation within the ecosystem of stakeholders that exist within this space. And we're delighted to hear the experiences from the educators in this space. So they're going to be speaking with us about their experiences. They're going to be telling us about their struggles. They're going to be telling us what is working for them or what has worked for them. And they're going to be telling us what support they require in order to sort of continue to be able to do what they're able to do. So if I may please call on Miss Ebele Ejiofor, if you can please introduce yourself, tell us a bit about your background, and then just share with us your experience in this space. So you've got the next 10 minutes.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. This is Ebele, Miss Ebele.
Yes,
All
we can
right.
hear you.
Okay. It's been a delight listening and hearing from everyone. I've been learning a lot and it's been really helpful. So yes, I'm an educator, a teacher I used to teach in Lagos, yes, and at Acadia School in Lekki Phase 1. So I've learned a lot about our children, and I loved hearing from the parents. Yes, I will talk about the challenges I have when working with these children. I will start with, should I say, the information that we get when we work with children. Sometimes in some cases, we see where people come in and parents come in with children and don't tell us everything that we need to know. For example, just saying, okay, my child is here and I will need you to teach them this. To be sincere, when parents come into the Montessori school or regular school with children who have some differences, we know, we can tell that you are hiding something, you don't want to let us know, but so it's always helpful when parents come straight forward and tell us this is what it is and this is what we suspect. The thing about early years and at this age, parents don't yet know, they haven't gotten a diagnosis yet. They are only picking up some little things the child is doing at home and feel that this is not regular or this is not normal. And so they are still in this stage where they are worried, they don't know when to seek help, they don't know how to start. So it's always helpful when parents tell us what's happening or what they think. And then the mindset of people, the teachers who work with these children, we need to develop healthy mindsets. That's one of the major challenges I have with colleagues, even some of my bosses, when we see children who we know would take some extra work, they don't want to get involved. So, and the only way to encourage teachers to get more involved, class assistants with these children, is through things like incentives. One of the speakers mentioned this, and I think this would be very helpful. So as school owners, as teachers, school directors, you're saying things like, you're taking on this child, you're giving this child extra 1 hour in a day or extra 1 hour in the week. You'll be compensated for this. In this way, when more people come in, when more of these children come in, teachers are willing to, fine, I'm going to get training and be happy to work with this child. And then, of course, our parents need to be more understanding and helpful. A parent said that we usually just push the children to the class assistants. But yes, this is something that we have to do sometimes so that we can so we can plan properly. But on our part, we should be able to educate these class assistants and equip them and be able to properly delegate so that these people can help us work with children. We are not just leaving them to run around the classroom. We are saying, okay, please help me do this work with this child while I work with the other children. And we have to make sure that our colleagues are being trained properly. So yes, these are some of the challenges that I have, that we used to have. And then you have to go out of your way to learn. You have to train yourself. I use some very helpful sites like ebliti.com and FutureLearn to learn a lot about these children. And then when I've learned a lot about something, let me say a behavior disorder, and the child comes in, I'm always excited to see that, oh, this thing I learned about a few weeks ago, I'm seeing it in person. So we need to be able to develop a real passion, empathy for special needs children. And yes, so that's about it. I hope I'm not rambling on too much.
No, that was really, really helpful. That was super interesting. Just picking up on, mention a few points that you said. So you talked about this information that is often missing, that parents don't provide to the institution and to educators, which then limits what you know about the child. I think it takes you more time to find out the needs of the child, and part of this is because parents are deliberately trying to hide this information, but also part of it is because parents themselves don't know because they haven't received the correct diagnosis. You mentioned a healthy mindset from educators themselves, so just an open mind to actually supporting these children. But then I really liked what you said about that going hand in hand with incentivization. So it's easy for me to have an open mind when I know that I will be compensated for that work. So this sort of reciprocal work is really important. And this interesting point about the relationship between teachers and parents, and about how parents need to be more understanding of the pressures that teachers have in supporting their children, but I think in supporting the entire classroom as well, within which that child with special needs belongs, and for parents to be a bit more patient with you. And this really important point about self-learning, sort of taking on your own continuing professional development, and taking on that role and using that to learn for yourself and to find out how best you can support those children who are coming to you. That is really, really important. Thank you so much for that. We'll come back and hopefully we'll get some questions for you as well. And we'll move on to Mrs. Judith now. So you've got about 10 minutes as well to share your experiences with us. Thank you.
Hello, good day, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Judith. I work with Spring Lake School. I'm the director at Spring Lake School. I've been listening in, and I must say I've taken quite a few notes. But then, Mr. Dele, it seems you said everything I'm meant to talk about. Are there really other challenges now at this point? Oh, but I'll just go on. So the bit where you talked about parents not sharing all the information that we need, that's a big one. I mean, if you had a child preterm, you should let the school know so we can pay attention to their developmental milestones. You should let us know. If you had a child with any complication whatsoever during birth, parents should really let us know. So the part of parents not sharing information is a big one for us, because some parents know, but they just say, oh, let's see how the school can cope with it. Let's see the magic that the teachers will perform, but if we know from the get-go, it's a lot easier for us to work with this child. So there's that part. And then there's also the part where we begin to notice things about the children. So we notice that, oh, this child is not meeting this milestone, be it socially, be it emotionally, even be it cognitively. And then we raise our concerns with the parents. And the first thing you get is more of a pushback, like, you can't say that about my child. Interestingly, I was having a conversation with a teacher yesterday, and she was talking to me about her own experience in her school. And she said to me, in her words, she said, the parents said, oh, in my family, so this had to do with the speech delay that a child had. And she said, the parents said to her, in my family, we do not talk early, so don't give me that thing about you thinking there are some things we need to check out about my child's communication and language development. So the parents really, is a challenge. So them not giving us enough information. And even when we come to them with our observations, there is this pushback and unwillingness to work with us. So that's some of the challenges we face. Again, from the part of the educators, because I'm presently not in class. So I have teachers who work in our environment, and our school is an inclusive environment. So what I've found over time is you hardly find teachers who have the experience with working in an inclusive setting. It requires some special kind of training and experience to be able to work in an inclusive setting, so that you are able to work with all the children and no child is left behind. You need the skills. Not every teacher can do that. You need to be trained to do it. So I find that a lot of teachers do not have that training. So we are back to training again. I love that Ebele talked about her self-training, doing a lot of self-learning and self-training. It is important that educators do that as well. You need to educate yourself, you need to learn, you need to keep learning and doing a lot of research so that you can work with the children that have been sent to you, because you need some level of training to be able to create activities that will include all the children in your environment. You need some level of training to even be able to coordinate therapies, to be able to say, oh, okay, this child is going for therapy at this time, so I'll get to work with this child at this time. To be able to coordinate all of that, you need to have the experience. And you also will need to have the experience to implement an EEP plan that you get. So it is important that teachers get the training that they need. So lack of training really is a major one. Then another thing I found recently is we need to, as educators, also learn to speak to the other children in our classrooms on how to have compassion for children with learning difficulties or any form of special needs. So they need to have compassion for them, because you find that some children, because they do not know that, oh, these children are different, they are not as compassionate, they are not as friendly as they should be. Surprisingly, parents too. So there's a school I used to work. So I had a child in my class that had CP, cerebral palsy, and so she couldn't walk and all that. So I had a parent in that class who went on to meet my director that she would not have her child in the same class as that child. Right? So it's also very challenging. So parents generally need to be educated. They need to know that it's okay for their children to be in the same class with these children. So yeah, I'll say those are the challenges we have in the sector so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was really, really helpful. I think it's always great to have a panel where people are echoing each other. And they are sort of reiterating what the other person has said. So it was great that you really sort of buttressed Ms. Ebili's point about the information and the lack thereof that is coming from the parents. And I quite like your point about actually when you do, the few times when you take it on upon yourself to sort of identify whatever challenges the child might be having, and you transmit that to the parents, the way that they receive that information is also a problem. So not only do they often not share information with you, the way that they receive information that you now share with them is often a problem. You talked about the lack of teacher training in inclusive education and the need for teachers to, if you will, sort of buttress that with then their own self-training, and the kind of self-training that Ms. Ebele mentioned that she's taken it upon herself to do. And you talked about that training also being coupled with experience. So you're trained, but then you also have some experience in working with these children, as that being really important in enabling you to work in that classroom. And then you had this really important point about what an inclusive classroom looks like, but from the point of children. I think often when we talk about inclusive classrooms, we're thinking about what the teacher is doing to create that inclusive classroom. This is part of it as well, but you really quite honed on that point of what the child is also able to do as part of that inclusive classroom process. So the relationship between the children who have special needs and those who don't, and the understanding and the compassion that is necessary for both of these children to thrive in such a classroom. And for that also to be supported, for these positive relationships amongst these children to be supported by the parents of the children, particularly those who do not have those special needs. So really, really important points. Thank you so much. And I'm just looking at the chat. We do have a question from the chat. So we've got a question that is asking both of you actually to talk about some of the practices that you've both adopted in the face of these challenges. So you've mentioned a lot of the challenges that you've had. I know, Ms. Ebele, you mentioned the self-training as a way that you have sort of used to try to support your practice. But perhaps can you reflect on some other practices that you have adopted in order to help you address some of these challenges? And then we'll come to Mrs. Judith as well.
Okay, yes. I also mentioned how I would make sure I educate my class assistants. So of course it wasn't, I would encourage them to do these phonics courses or go through these future-led websites and things like that, so that they would understand, because it's very easy to give instructions. I want you to, I would like for you to do this activity with this child, to supervise this child, but they don't understand why you're making them do it. So I make sure I educate the people I work with. Another thing I do is to make sure I set goals, individual goals for each child. In Montessori, it's something common we do anyway. We set each, at the beginning of every term, every child has a learning goal. It's different from the scheme of work, it's different from the term plan and things like that. But in this way, even if the school doesn't ask for it, or it's not something I have to do, when you meet a child that has difficulties in something and you have a plan for the child, I set goals, so I'm checking on it every week or bi-weekly and things like that. And then I'm making special time to do checks on each of these children. When you have a class of 10 to 15 kids or 20 children, it's difficult for you to pay attention to the few who need special support. But on the calendar, on my class calendar, I'm putting a star on that with the child's name, so that Thursday, I'm making sure I'm checking where this child is with his fine motor skills, with her social skills and things like that. So it's just to be intentional. Yeah, that's what I do.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Judith.
So for us, so what I try to do is I make sure that the teacher to child ratio is really low. I know that helps a lot as well. So the teacher to child ratio is low. So that way the teacher is able to work one-on-one with each child. That goes a long way. Then also at the school, we make sure that we discuss each child at the end of each week. So if a child has any difficulty whatsoever, all eyes on that child, really. So we get to discuss the progress that the child is making every week. So what that means is the child's class teacher has to be very, very observant. So you need to observe the child in all areas of learning, because you're coming back to the team to tell us the progress of the child, no matter how small, really. Like, you need to be very, very observant, extremely observant. So we go ahead and so we discuss what the child has learned that week, the progress the child has made that week, and then we use that to develop the plan for the next week. So there's an assessment every Friday, really. So every weekend you're saying, oh, so I did this, this, and this with this child. What worked, what didn't work, what did the child react to, what did the child not react to? So we had a child who had difficulty transitioning from one activity to another. So we had to sit. So the teacher brought it back to say, oh, so this child, when it's time to move on to this, he doesn't want to, he's learning to understand that he has to move on from this activity to another activity. So as a team, we had to like, oh, so what's the fun way? How can we get this child to look forward to the next activity? So we had to make his schedule visual and then put him in control of his schedule. So it's time for circle time. He goes on and takes off circle time. So the teacher says, what's next? He goes on, looks at it, and that just made his transition easier. But we could do that because we were very observant and we could talk about the child's progress week in, week out. So that's one thing we do. Then another thing, of course, is just to keep training, continuous training, really, continuous training. That's it. Then, of course, when you talk about being observant, you also need to look at the child's learning style. As I mentioned earlier, it can't be a one-size-fits-all kind of classroom. There needs to be that individualized learning for all the children. So the teacher needs to pay extra attention. And the teacher can only do that if the teacher-child ratio is low. So it all just works hand in hand, really. So that's what we do as a school.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We've got another question, I believe, probably the last question. So we've got a question in the chat that says, as early years educators, what would you like to see done to support you towards educating neurodivergent children? And that could be done by government, that could be done by the community. We've spoken about, to some extent, parent-teacher relationships, so that could come from sort of the family aspect as well. So what do you think you need, or what do you think you require to support you to better support these children?
Should I go first?
Sure, yeah, you can go first.
Training, we can't say that enough, really. More trainings, because it's really, so even if it's not free training, just creating letting us know where to get these trainings, because a lot of times you're looking for something that is really tailored to suit the needs of the children working with you, but you really can't find any. So it would be good to have more training. We can't say that enough, really. Then, of course, more awareness for parents. We should talk about this more. It's okay if you notice that your child is different. It's okay. It's not something to want to run away from or shy away from. What you should do is get the child the help that the child needs. So it's just to create more awareness for parents so that they are not their minds are not close to getting help for their children. So more awareness for parents and more training for children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Ebele.
Okay. To be sincere, I would say more money. Or more incentives. You see, I'm coming from the real teacher's point of view, where you want to be recognized for your efforts. So even if you're giving some bonus and things like that, and so you're also not doing it because the bonus can't be enough to really do much for you, but it means you're being recognized and things like that. So that one is up to school owners to to sort that one out. And yes, of course, you were right about raising awareness. You see, it's a good thing when you're supporting these children, supporting these families, and people are recognizing what you're doing. They're not putting down your work. They're not saying, oh, you're the special needs teacher, your work is less than ours. No, we should raise more. And the only way this can work is if everyone is talking about these children. We know these children are there, they're in schools, they're in parks, they're coming for parties. We're not pushing them to the background. We're telling people that, oh, this child has cerebral palsy, but this party is also bring your son, bring your daughter, that kind of thing. And it's when other parents see these children outside, you see an autism mom taking care of her son, you wouldn't want to be keeping yours at home and taking the other child to a party. We just need to let people be more aware of these things, these children. In parks in the UK here, you see their logos around, autism friendly and things like that. And I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. So yeah, awareness.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, those are really, really helpful points that we're taking note of. So you've talked about the need for more training and support, which is really critical. I think that was echoed throughout both of your contributions. You've talked about awareness for parents, and then Ms. Ebele, you sort of amplified that by saying actually awareness for the public as well, towards greater acceptance and inclusion generally of the different needs that children have in society. And you talk about, you also spoke about incentives, and you talked about recognition, and you sort of made the difference between in kind and in cash. So money, yes, but the money will never be enough. So in kind in some way, and the little money coupled with the existing goodwill that you clearly already have would go a long way. So thank you guys so much for that. Really, really helpful perspectives, and just great to hear your experiences within this space. I will hand it over to Gona right now. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much, educators. It was an amazing, amazing present. Before you guys go, I'm bringing, because I was here for the parents session, and now I'm here for, so it's like a debate, and I'm the MC, so I have to do my job. There's something that the parents said that I remember, and I have to bring it back. So please, Ms. Ebele, Ms. Judith, you should come back. Thank you very much. So the parents all said that I'm paraphrasing now, but I guess it's the same thing. They said that the teachers always accuse them of being, what's the word again? Of nagging. They say that the teachers say they nag. Each time they try to tell them, oh, there's this, there's that, the teachers say they nag. So this is the teachers, they're here. I cannot go home and be thinking and ruminating on these points when the teachers are here. So I said, I have to bring it here. Please, Mrs. Judith. For me, obviously, again, because I'm a doctor, I sort of understand certain things, but I want to ask you, do you also think, maybe just to give this question a context for you to elaborate on, do you think that in some way, maybe the parents expect the teachers to do all the work and maybe don't take some responsibility themselves? That's why it looks as if, I mean, I don't, let me leave it to you to, let me leave it to you to share what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Very, very interesting that they will see we think that they nag. Well, I wouldn't say we nag. You know, we're very passionate people, educators. We're extremely passionate about what we do, and we like to give information to the parents. So we talk and talk and talk about it. But we also sometimes think that they do not do as much work as we expect them to. So we expect that it should be a partnership, right? So you bring your child to us, we should do our part and you do your part as well. It's not to be left to the school alone. So yes, you've paid the fees, you've done all of that, but then we are working in partnership. We need to work together to make this happen for the child. Yes, so we'll come to you, we'll tell you what you need to do, we'll tell you, we'll be on your neck, really. But the child spends, say, how many hours with us in school and then spends the remaining time with you at home. So we'll need you to continue whatever it is we are doing in school at home. And if you're not doing that, we'll be breathing down your throat. So maybe that's why they say we nag, really.
No, actually, they said the teachers accused them of nagging when they tried to
nagging.
raise
I was going to
certain concerns about the child's care or something. But again, I think that's been covered as well by, some of the things you guys have said. Obviously, teachers need more training, teachers need more incentives and all that. And, to that, I can talk for 24 hours, but Winford and Mrs. Basirat has said we should let people go. And yes, we should. So I think it's been an amazing day. We've had amazing conversations. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure a lot of people have as well. So I think Mrs. Basirat should come and give the final word on this, and we will end the day and reconvene tomorrow for the day 2.
Thank you